Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been in the Army National Guard for 9 years now. I've seen some shit overseas that I don't talk about much, but nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened at Fort Irwin last summer. I'm still not sure I believe it myself, but I know what I experienced, I know what I saw, and I know I'm not crazy. Our unit had just finished a 3-week training rotation at the National Training Center in the Mojave Desert. If you've never been to Fort Irwin, it's this massive training area in California, literally in the middle of nowhere. Just desert, rocks, and military stuff as far as you can see. Most of my unit was heading home, but as a staff sergeant, I had to stay behind with a few others to prep our equipment for our upcoming deployment. When we finished our rotation, the housing situation got complicated. The next units were already arriving, and suddenly there were way more people than beds. After some shuffling around, about 300 of us got placed in what they call augmentee billeting, basically these old barracks from the 90s that they only use when they absolutely have to. I got assigned to building 634. My room was small but private, just a bed, desk, wall locker and a mini fridge. The first thing I noticed was how weirdly quiet it was for a building full of soldiers, like unnaturally quiet. The second thing I noticed was that the bathroom directly behind my building was locked and had an out of order sign taped to the door. This was annoying as hell because it meant I had to walk across the whole compound just to take a piss in the middle of the night. When I asked the housing manager about it, he just shrugged and said something about plumbing issues and that they were working on it. Standard Army bullshit. The first couple days were uneventful. I'd wake up, go to the motor pool, work on our vehicles, come back, shower, eat, sleep, repeat. The desert heat was brutal, hitting 115 degrees most days. So by evening, I was usually too exhausted to do much besides crash. It was on my 4th night that things got weird. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to what sounded like someone screaming. Not like a horror movie scream, but this sort of choked, gurgling sound that made my skin crawl. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, then stopped. I sat up in bed, thinking maybe someone was drunk or having a nightmare. Then I heard water running. A lot of water, like multiple showers going at once, which made no sense because, remember, the bathroom behind my building was supposed to be locked and out of order. I got up and put my ear to the wall that separated my room from the bathroom. Definitely water running. Then I heard this loud thud. Then another and another, like someone was punching the stall doors hard. I'm not gonna lie, I froze up. My first thought was that some drunk soldiers had broken into the locked bathroom and were messing around. My second thought was that as an NCO, I should probably check it out. But something in my gut told me to stay put. The thuds continued for another minute, then stopped abruptly. The water kept running. I pulled on my PT shorts and a t-shirt and stepped outside. The night air was still warm, probably in the 80s, with that dry desert heat. The moon was full, casting this eerie light across the compound. I walked around to the bathroom entrance, and sure enough, the door was still locked, the out of order sign still there. But I could hear the water running inside. I went back to my room and called the military police desk. The guy who answered sounded bored until I mentioned building 634, then his tone changed completely. "We'll send someone over," he said, suddenly all business. About 15 minutes later, 3 MPs showed up, 2 guys and a woman. I thought it was overkill for what was probably just a busted pipe, but they seemed tense. The female MP stayed back while the 2 males approached the bathroom door. One of them had keys. "You heard noises in there? Like what exactly?" one of them asked me. I told them about the scream and the thuds. They exchanged looks. "All right, sir. Please stay back," the one with the keys said. "I'm a staff sergeant, not an officer, but I didn't correct him." They unlocked the door and switched on their flashlights. I expected them to go in, but instead, they just stood in the doorway, shining their lights inside. "All the showers are running," one of them said. "Check the stalls," said the other. They moved inside cautiously, like they were clearing a building in combat. I stayed near the female MP, who had her hand on her holster. "Anything weird happened to you since you've been here?" she asked quietly, eyes not leaving the bathroom door. "What do you mean weird?" I asked. "Dreams, seeing things, feeling like you're being watched." Before I could answer, the MPs came back out. "Building's clear," one of them said. "But yeah, all 6 showers were running full blast. No sign of entry, no footprints, nothing." They turned off the water and locked the bathroom again. They took my information and told me to call if anything else happened. As they were leaving, the female MP turned back. "Try not to sleep with your back to the door," she said. Then they were gone. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next day, I asked around about the bathroom. Most people just shrugged it off as Fort Irwin weirdness, but one of the civilian housing managers, an older guy who'd been there for decades, finally gave me the real story over coffee in the dining facility. "That bathroom's been trouble since 2009, he said, lowering his voice. "Had a soldier who'd just got back from Afghanistan. PTSD, real bad case. He went in there one night and hung himself from the pipes. Found him the next morning." My stomach dropped. "And they just keep using the building?" He laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Army needs the beds. They closed it for a while, but eventually reopened everything except that bathroom. Too many incidents." "What kind of incidents?" I asked. He took a sip of coffee. "Showers turning on by themselves. Stall doors falling off their hinges when no one's touching them. People hearing things." He paused. "Worst was about 5 years ago. Female MP went in there alone to check on a report of running water. Something attacked her." "Attacked her? Like an animal?" "No, like she got the shit beat out of her by someone. Bruises all over, black eye, busted lip, but there was nobody in there with her. Security camera outside showed she went in alone and came out 2 minutes later looking like she'd gone 10 rounds with Tyson." "That's why they sent 3 MPs last night," I realized. He nodded. "Unofficial policy now. Always 3, always at least 1 male. Don't ask me why the male part matters, that's just what they do." I wanted to think he was screwing with the new guy, but he seemed dead serious, and it would explain the MP's behavior. That night, I had the dream for the first time. I was standing in the bathroom. All the lights were off, except for one flickering fluorescent that cast everything in a sickly green glow. The floor was flooded with an inch of water. I could hear dripping echoing off the tile walls. There was someone in the far shower stall. A woman, I think, though I couldn't see clearly. She was thin, wearing what looked like a hospital gown, with long black hair covering her face. She was standing perfectly still under the running water, face down. Then, slowly, she started walking toward me, her feet making small splashes in the water. I couldn't move. I was frozen in place as she got closer and closer. When she was about a foot away, she stopped. Then she threw her head back and screamed directly in my face, this horrible, gurgling scream like someone drowning. Her face was still covered by her hair, but I could see her mouth opening impossibly wide. I woke up gasping, soaked in sweat, despite the air conditioning blasting. The next day at the motor pool, I was a zombie. Couldn't focus, kept dropping tools. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. One of the mechanics, a specialist named Rodriguez, noticed. "You staying in 634? He asked while we were checking fluid levels on a Humvee. I nodded. "Had the dream yet?" I froze. "What dream?" "The woman, with the hair." He wasn't looking at me, just kept working on the vehicle like we were discussing the weather. "How did you know about that?" I asked. He shrugged. "Everybody who stays there long enough gets it. Some people see her when they're awake too." "That's bullshit," I said. but my voice cracked. Maybe. Probably just stories people tell. But I stayed there 3 months last year, had the dream 16 times. Last week of my stay, saw her standing at the foot of my bed, just standing there dripping water on the floor. I told myself he was messing with me. Had to be. But that night, I pushed my bed so it was against the wall farthest from the door. I also kept the lights on, feeling like an idiot, but too uneasy to turn them off. Around 1 in the morning, the water started again. This time, no scream preceded it, just the sudden sound of all the showers turning on full blast. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. Then came the thuds, louder than before. Thud, 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 like clockwork every 3 seconds. I called the MPs again. Same response. 3 of them showed up, checked it out, found nothing but running showers. This time, though, the female MP pulled me aside. "You're having dreams, aren't you?" she asked. I hesitated, then nodded. "Woman with black hair." Another nod. "Listen to me carefully. Don't acknowledge her. If you see her when you're awake, and you will, don't look directly at her. Don't speak to her. Don't even think about her too hard." "This is crazy," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Maybe. But I've been stationed here 4 years, responded to over 30 calls to this building. I've seen what happens to people who interact with her." "What happens?" I asked, not really wanting to know. "They either leave Fort Irwin in an ambulance or a body bag." After they left, I sat on my bed until dawn, back against the wall, eyes fixed on the door. I didn't dream that night because I didn't sleep. The next day, I went to the housing office and requested a transfer to different billeting. The civilian behind the desk gave me a knowing look when I mentioned Building 634, but said there was nothing available. We were stuck there until our equipment processed. That night, I had a few beers with some guys from another unit, hoping it would help me sleep without dreaming. I got back to my room around 11, buzzed enough that I thought maybe, just maybe, I'd get some actual rest. I was wrong. The dream came again, exactly the same as before. The bathroom, the water, the woman. But this time, when she screamed in my face, I caught a glimpse behind her hair. Her eyes were just empty sockets, black, hollow, with what looked like dirty water trickling out. I woke up to the sound of running water, the showers again, but this time there was something else. A soft, rhythmic splashing like footsteps in shallow water, and it was coming from inside my room. I lay perfectly still, eyes closed, remembering what the MP had said about not acknowledging her. The splashing got closer, closer, then stopped right next to my bed. I could feel water dripping onto my arm. I kept my eyes shut tight. My heart was beating so fast I thought it might explode. There was a smell now, like mildew and something metallic, something rotting. Then I felt cold, wet fingers brush against my cheek. I lost it. I opened my eyes and scrambled backward, falling off the other side of the bed. There she was, standing exactly where I'd been lying, her hospital gown soaked through, black hair covering her face. Water was pooling around her bare feet on my floor. "Get out!" I yelled, backing up until I hit the wall. She tilted her head, hair parting slightly, enough that I could see one of those hollow, dripping eye sockets. Then the lights went out. In the darkness, I heard her moving toward me, that wet splashing getting closer. I fumbled for my phone, turned on the flashlight. She was inches from my face. I don't remember much after that. I remember running barefoot across the compound. I remember pounding on doors until someone let me in. I remember babbling about the woman in my room and people looking at me like I was insane. The next morning, they found me asleep in the day room of another building. My feet were cut up from running across the gravel without shoes. My room in Building 634 was bone dry, no sign of water anywhere, but my phone was dead, even though it had been almost fully charged, and there were 3 unexplained bruises on my arm, perfect fingerprints, like someone had grabbed me, hard. I went to the mental health clinic that day, figuring I was having some kind of breakdown. The psychiatrist listened patiently, then said something I'll never forget. You're the fourth person from that building I've seen this month. Whatever's happening there, it's not just in your head. He wrote me a prescription for sleep aids and anxiety medication, then made a call. By that afternoon, I had new billeting on the other side of the post. The dreams stopped as soon as I moved. The bruises faded. I convinced myself it had all been stress, exhaustion, and the power of suggestion. Just ghost stories and my mind playing tricks. Then, 3 days before I was set to leave Fort Irwin, I ran into that female MP at the PX. She looked at me with relief. "You got out," she said. "Good." "It was nothing," I told her. "Just stress and too many horror movies." She gave me a sad smile. "That's what everyone says once they're away from it. But she attached to you. I can see it." "What are you talking about?" "This place, Fort Irwin, it has a long history. Not just that suicide in 2009, Native American burial grounds, old mining accidents, military training deaths. The souls here are restless, and sometimes they attach themselves to the living." I laughed nervously. "You sound crazy, you know that?" "Maybe, but check your phone regularly, you'll see." I was going to ask what she meant, but she just nodded goodbye and walked away. That night in my new room, I woke up at 3 a.m. for no reason. My phone was on the nightstand, screen dark. As I watched, it lit up on its own. No notification, no call, just the screen coming to life and showing my photo gallery. It started scrolling through my pictures by itself, stopping on one I'd taken my first day at Fort Irwin, a selfie in front of the building sign. I stared at it, heart racing. In the background, barely visible in the building's shadow, was a thin figure in what looked like a hospital gown. Story 2. I never believed in the paranormal. I was always the skeptical one in the family, the guy who rolled his eyes at ghost stories and changed the channel when those paranormal investigation shows came on. But that was before everything started falling apart around me. Now, I'm not sure what to believe anymore. It all began in early 2021 when my sister-in-law died suddenly in her living room. She was only 47. No warning signs, no illness, just gone. The doctors said it was an undiagnosed heart condition, but something about it never sat right with me. I remember standing in her living room after the funeral, feeling like the air was different somehow, heavier, like something was watching. The first incident happened about 2 weeks after we buried her. I was alone in my apartment getting ready for bed when I heard someone whisper my name from the hallway, clear as day. I called out thinking maybe my girlfriend had come back early from her night shift, but the apartment was empty. I brushed it off as exhaustion from grief, but then things started happening that couldn't be explained away. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, not to static, but to specific channels. Objects would move, not dramatically flying across the room like in movies, but I'd put my keys down and find them in a completely different spot an hour later. My phone would ring with no caller ID, and when I answered, I'd hear what sounded like distant conversation that wasn't meant for me. Around this time, my mental health took a nosedive. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up at 3:15 every morning, feeling like someone was standing over my bed. I started missing deadlines at work, showing up late, forgetting important meetings. 6 months after my sister-in-law died, I lost my job of 11 years. My girlfriend tried to be supportive, but how do you explain to someone that you think you're being haunted? I couldn't even explain it to myself. She stuck around for another 3 months before moving out, taking half our furniture and leaving me with rent I couldn't afford. By the end of 2021, I was living in a cheap studio apartment, working whatever gig jobs I could find. But the whatever it was followed me. In fact, it seemed stronger. The whispers became more frequent. I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. The electricity in my apartment would fluctuate, lights dimming and brightening without reason. September 2023 is when things went from bad to so much worse. My niece died in her home. She was only 31, and we were incredibly close. More like siblings, since we were only 4 years apart. The official cause was an accidental overdose, but she wasn't a drug user. Never had been. It made no sense. The night after her funeral, I woke up to find all the cabinets and drawers in my apartment wide open, every single one. I hadn't been drinking, wasn't on medication, nothing that could explain why I would have done this in my sleep. And then I noticed the smell. It was like something rotting mixed with a sickly sweet perfume my sister-in-law used to wear. I started researching paranormal phenomena obsessively. I read about objects that could be cursed or possessed, about entities that attached themselves to people going through trauma. I became convinced that something I owned was the source of whatever was happening. My only friend through all this was a guy named Marcus who lived in the apartment below mine. He didn't outright believe me, but he listened. He didn't think I was crazy when I told him about waking up with scratches on my back that I couldn't have given myself. Or when I showed him recordings of my empty apartment where you could clearly hear footsteps walking around. Maybe you should get rid of stuff, he suggested one night over beers. If you think something you own is causing this, start fresh. So I did. I started with old family photos and keepsakes, then furniture, then clothes. I sold or donated nearly everything except for a few changes of clothes and some things for my kids when they visited on weekends. My ex-wife had started limiting their time with me, saying I seemed unstable. I couldn't even argue with her. For a few weeks after purging my possessions, things were quiet. No whispers, no strange smells, no unexplained movements. I thought maybe I'd gotten rid of whatever was causing it. Then, in September 2024, Marcus died. Carbon monoxide leak in his apartment. They found him in his bed, looking peaceful, like he'd just fallen asleep. The inspection showed his detector had been disabled, not the batteries removed, but actually disabled from the inside. The maintenance guy couldn't explain it. I was still reeling from that when my half-brother died in October. Car accident. Head-on collision with a semi that crossed the median. The truck driver swore something dark darted across the road, causing him to swerve. With each death, the paranormal. Activity around me intensified. Doors would slam shut with no draft. I'd wake up with bruises I couldn't explain. Twice I found my car parked in different spots than where I'd left it, with miles added to the odometer. By this point, I was basically living out of my car. The apartment had become unbearable. The walls would creak and groan all night like something was moving inside them. The bathroom mirror would fog up with no hot water running, and sometimes I'd find words traced in the condensation. Nothing threatening, just my name or random numbers. I was working as a delivery driver, sleeping in parking lots, showering at the gym. Most days I barely had enough energy to get through my shifts. The constant fear and sleep deprivation were destroying me. My kids hadn't seen me in months. Their mother had gotten a temporary order keeping them away after I showed up to a pickup looking like a homeless person, according to the court documents. About 3 weeks ago, the boredom and isolation got to me. I was sitting in my car, scrolling through local forums, when I came across a thread about places with dark energy in the area. Someone mentioned this old park on the outskirts of town that used to be an industrial site in the early 1900s. Supposedly, there had been some kind of accident there where workers died, and the land was never properly cleansed or whatever. I know it was stupid, but I drove out there. I didn't even get out of my car, just parked near the entrance and looked at the overgrown playground equipment and crumbling picnic tables. It was getting dark, and there was this heavy fog rolling in that seemed to move against the wind. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, not even sure what I was looking for, before driving away. That night, sleeping in the back of my car in a Walmart parking lot, I woke up to find my windshield covered in condensation from the inside, with a perfect handprint pressed against it. Not a small hand like a child's, but larger than mine. The fingers were too long, the palm too narrow to be human. Since then, it's like whatever was haunting me before has been supercharged. I'll catch reflections in my rearview mirror of someone sitting in my back seat. But when I turn around, there's nothing there. My phone battery drains in minutes. I've had 3 flat tires in 2 weeks, each time finding what looks like teeth marks in the rubber. Last night was the worst yet. I was parked behind an abandoned strip mall, trying to get some sleep, when my car started rocking like someone was pushing it from the outside. I looked out the windows and saw nothing, but the rocking continued. Then the radio turned on by itself, scanning through stations before stopping on static. Through the static, I swear I could hear my sister-in-law's voice, then my niece's, then Marcus and my half-brother. Not saying anything coherent, just calling my name over and over. I tried to start the car to drive away, but it wouldn't turn over. For 3 hours I sat there, frozen in fear, listening to the voices of dead people coming through my radio while my car rocked back and forth. Around dawn, it finally stopped. The car started on the first try, and I drove straight to a church parking lot where I've been sitting ever since. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. I've given up everything I own. I've moved, I've prayed, I've tried protection rituals I found online. Nothing works. Whatever this is, it's not attached to my possessions. It's attached to me. And it's getting stronger with each person around me who dies. I can feel it feeding off my fear and grief. The more I lose, the more powerful it becomes. Last night, listening to those voices, I realized something that chills me to my core. I don't think these deaths are coincidental. I think whatever is attached to me is causing them, creating more suffering to feed on. My kids are with their mother. I haven't contacted them in weeks. I'm afraid to go near them. I'm afraid whatever this is might hurt them too. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't keep living like this, but I'm terrified that if I die, this thing will just move on to someone else I care about. Maybe my children. As I'm typing this, sitting in this church parking lot, I can see my breath even though it's 70 degrees outside. The inside of my windows are starting to fog up again, and I swear I can see shapes forming in the condensation. Story 3. I don't know where to begin with this, but I need to tell someone because it's driving me crazy. I've been trying to make sense of what's happening to me, and I'm terrified it's getting worse. I'm 18 and living with my grandmother and cousin in our family home in rural Tennessee. It's pretty isolated out here. The nearest neighbor is about half a mile down the road, and we're surrounded by woods. It all started this past Christmas morning. I remember it so clearly because I was excited about the holiday, even though I was trying to act like I was too old for that kind of thing. I'd stayed up late the night before watching movies in my room, which is right next to our front door. My mom was out at her boyfriend's place and wasn't supposed to be home until later that morning. Around 5 in the morning, I was still awake when I heard 2 clear, distinct sets of knocks on our front door. The first was like, knock, knock, knock. Then a pause. Then another knock, knock, knock. My first thought was that Mom had come home early to surprise us for Christmas morning. I waited for Grandma to answer it since she's usually up early, and I figured she'd be in the kitchen already. Our dog, Baxter, started barking like crazy from the living room, which is what he always does when someone's at the door. I heard him run to the door, still barking. I waited, but I didn't hear Grandma's footsteps or the door opening. After about a minute, I heard my cousin Jake get up and walk to the door. I heard him unlock it and open it, then call out, "Hello?" There was silence, then the sound of him closing and locking the door again. I texted him, "Who was at the door?" He texted back, "Nobody. There's no one out there." That's when I realized something was off. Our driveway is all gravel, and you can always hear the crunch when a car pulls up. I hadn't heard any car. And our front porch has these old wooden boards that creak with every step. I hadn't heard any footsteps approaching the door or walking away. Nothing, just those knocks. But what really freaked me out was that between the sets of knocks, I could have sworn I heard my mum's voice really faint, like she was calling to Baxter, just a soft, "Hey, buddy." That's what she always says to him when she comes home. But my mum wasn't home. I called her right away, and she was still at her boyfriend's place, 40 minutes away. I didn't sleep the rest of that morning. I kept staring at my bedroom wall that connects to the front porch, half expecting to hear the knocks again. I didn't tell anyone about hearing Mom's voice because it sounded crazy, and I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. After Christmas, I started noticing this weird feeling when I was alone in my room, like a heaviness on my chest, especially at night. I've never been afraid of the dark before, but suddenly I couldn't stand it. I started sleeping with my TV on, the light from the screen making me feel a little safer. I'd jolt awake at the slightest sound, my heart racing, eyes darting to my bedroom wall. For weeks nothing happened. I was starting to think maybe I'd dreamed the whole thing, or that it was just some random person who'd knocked and left quickly. Maybe a delivery person dropping off a package early on Christmas, but that didn't explain the missing footsteps, or car sounds, or my mum's voice. Then, 6 weeks after Christmas, it happened again. It was a Tuesday morning, around 6:40. I remember checking the time on my phone right before it happened. I was lying in bed watching YouTube videos, procrastinating getting ready for school. The sun was just starting to come up, so my room was in that grey early morning light. Baxter was in the living room where he usually sleeps. The knocks came again, but this time they weren't on the front door. They were on my bedroom wall, the inside wall, the one facing the hallway. It started faint, just a light tap-tap, then another, slightly louder, then another and another, growing in intensity. About 10 knocks in total, in a steady rhythm, getting louder with each one, until the last few were so loud they seemed to vibrate through the wall. I completely froze. My phone slipped from my hand onto the bed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The knocks were coming from inside our house, but not from the hallway. They were coming from inside the wall itself. There's no space in there for anyone to be, just insulation and wooden beams. When I finally managed to move, I called out for my grandma in this pathetic, shaky voice I barely recognized as my own. She came to my room and found me sitting up in bed, still staring at the wall. I asked if she'd been knocking, and she looked at me like I was crazy. She said she'd been in the kitchen making coffee and hadn't heard anything. That's when I realized Baxter hadn't barked. When the knocks were on the front door at Christmas, he'd gone crazy. But this time, with knocks so loud they practically shook my room, he didn't make a sound. I went to the living room, and he was just lying there completely calm, staring down the hallway toward my room. After my grandma went back to the kitchen, I sat on my bed trying to make sense of it all. That's when I remembered something I'd completely forgotten about. 4 years ago, before we moved to this house, we lived in a small place closer to town. I used to sleep on the couch in the living room because we didn't have enough bedrooms. There was a window right above where my head would rest on the couch. Several times I'd woken up to the sound of faint knocking on that window. Tap, tap, tap. I always told myself it was just tree branches, even though there weren't any trees close enough to touch the house. Whatever this is, it's been following me. And it's getting bolder, moving from outside to inside, from the front door to my bedroom wall, getting closer to me. I've been researching like crazy, trying to figure out what this could be. Some people say knocking entities are spirits trying to communicate. Others say there's something worse, things that mimic human sounds to lure you in or feed off your fear. That's what scares me the most. I feel like my fear is making it stronger. The night after the knocks on my bedroom wall, I had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. I was trying to fall asleep, the TV casting blue light across my room, when I felt the mattress sink slightly at the foot of my bed, like someone had sat down. I yanked my feet up toward my chest and turned on my lamp, but there was nothing there. Just an indentation in the blanket that slowly rose back to normal. I haven't been sleeping much, maybe 3 or 4 hours a night. I keep waking up at exactly 3:17 in the morning, my heart pounding for no reason. My grades are slipping, and I've been snapping at my family. My grandma thinks I'm just being a moody teenager, but Jake gives me these concerned looks sometimes. I think he might believe me, but he doesn't want to admit it. Last night was the worst yet. I was half asleep when I heard a whisper right next to my ear. It sounded like my name, but not quite. Like someone who'd heard my name, but didn't know how to pronounce it correctly. Chloe, instead of Chloe. I sat up so fast I got dizzy, but my room was empty. The air felt thick, like right before a thunderstorm, and it was freezing cold just around my bed, while the rest of the room was normal. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, scanning every corner of my room. Nothing looked out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, just out of sight. I went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, trying to calm down. When I looked in the mirror, I noticed 3 small red marks on my chest, right over my heart, like someone had pressed their fingers there. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. My mum thinks I need therapy, that I'm having anxiety attacks. My grandma suggested I talk to our pastor, but I know what I heard. I know what I felt. This isn't in my head. The knocking is getting closer, more personal, first at the door, then in my wall, and now it's found a way to touch me. I'm terrified of what comes next. Will it knock on my headboard next? Will I wake up to knocking from under my bed? I keep thinking about what it wants. Why mimic my mom's voice? Why follow me from house to house? Is it trying to trick me into responding, into inviting it in somehow? Or is it already in, and I just don't know it yet? I've started sleeping in Jake's room on a mattress on his floor. He didn't ask questions, just helped me carry the mattress in. I told my grandma I was having nightmares and needed company. That's not entirely a lie. But even in Jake's room, I wake up with that weight on my chest, that feeling of being watched. This morning, Jake told me he heard knocking coming from the closet in his room last night, but didn't want to wake me since I'd finally fallen asleep. He looked scared, and I know what that means. It's not just following me now. It's affecting the people around me too. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make it stop. All I know is that it's getting stronger, and I'm getting weaker from the lack of sleep and constant fear. Sometimes I catch myself listening for the knocks, almost wanting them to come just to end the suspense. And I think that's exactly what it wants, for me to start listening for it, thinking about it, feeding it with my fear. Last night I dreamed I got up and opened my bedroom wall like a door, and there was nothing but darkness inside. A darkness that breathed. I stood there, unable to move as it slowly reached out toward me. I woke up with tears streaming down my face and 5 more of those red marks, this time across my stomach. Whatever this is, I don't think it's going to stop. It's getting closer, and I'm running out of places to hide. Story 4. I'm still not really sure if I should be sharing this, but it's been years and I still think about it all the time. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. My dad's military background kind of instilled a facts-only mentality in me. But what happened that summer in my grandparents' house in Indiana completely changed how I see things. For context, I was 15 and living with my grandparents while my dad was deployed overseas. It was just after I finished 8th grade, and I was enjoying that sweet summer freedom that feels endless when you're a teenager. My grandparents lived in this modest ranch-style house in a quiet neighborhood in southern Indiana, one of those small towns where everybody knows everybody, and nothing exciting ever happens. Their house wasn't anything special, just a simple 3-bedroom home with this long hallway that connected all the bedrooms. My grandparents had the master at one end. I stayed in what used to be my dad's childhood room in the middle, and there was a guest room at the other end. The hallway always had this weird vibe at night. Not scary exactly, just different. The hardwood floors would creak even when nobody was walking on them, and there was always this slight temperature drop compared to the rest of the house. That summer, I'd gotten really into Sea of Thieves. With my friends back home, we'd stay up until ridiculous hours, sailing around, hunting treasure, and fighting other players. My grandma would go to bed around 9, and my grandpa usually followed around 10. They never really bothered me about my gaming schedule as long as I wasn't making too much noise and didn't sleep past noon. The night it happened was a Tuesday in late June. It was probably around 2 in the morning, and I'd just finished a 4-hour gaming session. My friends had logged off, and I was starving. You know how teenage boys are always hungry. I remember being extra quiet as I headed to the kitchen, trying not to wake my grandparents. The house was dead silent, except for the hum of the air conditioner and the ticking of this ancient grandfather clock in the living room. I made myself a peanut butter sandwich and grabbed some chips, eating quickly while standing at the counter. The kitchen was dark, except for the small light above the stove. I remember feeling a bit creeped out, standing there alone in the near darkness, but I brushed it off as just being tired. After I finished eating, I put my plate in the sink and started heading back to my room. This is where things get weird, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. The hallway was dimly lit by this small nightlight my grandma kept plugged in near the bathroom. It cast these faint shadows on the walls that seemed to move slightly as I walked past. I was about halfway down the hallway when it happened. It felt like I'd walked straight into someone, like physically collided with another person. But the weird thing was, the impact was at chest height, like I'd bumped into a kid. The force wasn't super strong, but it was enough to make me stumble backward, completely caught off guard. My first thought was that I'd somehow run into a piece of furniture, but there was nothing there. The hallway was completely empty. But when I looked up from where I'd fallen, I saw her. Standing maybe 5 feet away was a little girl, probably around 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing this puffy pink dress that looked like something from an old photograph, kind of formal, like what you'd wear to church or a special occasion. Her hair was in these neat pigtails tied with ribbons that matched her dress. But here's the part that made my blood run cold. She wasn't solid. I could see the faint outline of the hallway wall through her. She had this soft glow around her, not bright like a light bulb, but like how moonlight looks when it filters through a thin curtain. And she was just standing there, looking at me with this expression that wasn't scary, but more curious, sad. I couldn't really tell. I freaked out. I scrambled backward until I hit the nightstand in the hallway, knocking off a small decorative clock that crashed to the floor. I remember the sound seemed incredibly loud in the quiet house. I blinked hard, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, and in that split second when my eyes closed and reopened, she was gone. Just vanished. I sat there on the floor for what felt like forever, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I was afraid to move, afraid to look around, afraid she might reappear. The hallway suddenly felt freezing cold, and I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face, even though it was June in Indiana. Eventually, I gathered enough courage to bolt to my room. I shut the door and pushed my desk chair against it, as if that would somehow keep a ghost out. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat on my bed with all the lights on, playing games on my phone until the sun came up, too terrified to close my eyes. The next morning, I was exhausted and jumpy. My grandma noticed right away something was wrong when I came out for breakfast. She kept asking if I felt sick or if something had happened. I was hesitant to say anything. I mean, how do you tell your grandparents you saw a ghost in their hallway without sounding crazy? But something about my grandma's concerned face made me finally break down and tell her. I described everything, the collision, falling down, and the little girl in the pink dress with pigtails who wasn't quite there. When I finished talking, my grandma's face had gone completely white. She sat down heavily at the kitchen table, her hand shaking as she reached for her coffee mug. For a second, I thought she was going to laugh at me or tell me I'd been dreaming. Instead, she started crying. Not just a few tears, but deep, body-shaking sobs that scared me more than seeing the ghost had. My grandpa, who'd been reading the newspaper in the living room, came rushing in, thinking something terrible had happened. It took a few minutes for my grandma to calm down enough to speak. When she did, what she told me made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "James," she said, her voice still shaky, "you just described Lily Matthews perfectly." She explained that before she'd retired, she worked as an elementary school tutor for kids who were falling behind or couldn't attend regular classes. About 15 years earlier, she'd tutored a little girl named Lily, who had leukemia. The doctors had given Lily a grim prognosis. They didn't expect her to make it through first grade. But Lily was a fighter and survived until third grade, defying everyone's expectations. My grandma had tutored her throughout those years, going to Lily's house 3 times a week. She said Lily always wore pink dresses. It was her favorite color, and insisted on pigtails even after she started losing her hair from chemotherapy. Her mom would tie ribbons around the thinning pigtails to make her happy. What really got to me was when my grandma went to her bedroom and came back with a small jewelry box. She opened it and pulled out a braided friendship bracelet made of pink and purple threads. It looked old and worn. "Lily gave this to me the last time I saw her," my grandma said. "She told me to keep it so I'd always remember her." I had never heard this story before. My grandma had never mentioned Lily in all the years I'd known her. She explained that it had been too painful to talk about. Lily had been special to her, more than just a student. The thing is, there's no way I could have known about Lily. I'd never seen pictures of her, never heard her name before that morning. I had no idea my grandma had even worked as a tutor for sick kids. Yet I had described Lily down to the detail of her pink dress and matching ribbons. My grandpa was skeptical at first, suggesting I might have overheard them talking about her at some point and forgotten, or that I was just overtired and imagined the whole thing. But even he couldn't explain how I could have described Lily so accurately. That night, my grandma showed me an old photo album she kept in her closet. Hidden between pages of family photos was a small school picture of Lily. She was smiling widely, showing a gap where she'd lost a front tooth, her hair in pigtails tied with pink ribbons. It was unmistakably the same girl I'd seen in the hallway. I spent the rest of that summer feeling on edge, especially at night. I always rushed through the hallway, never lingering. I kept expecting to see Lily again, half hoping I would so I could prove to myself I wasn't crazy, half terrified of the possibility. But she never reappeared. At least, not in a way I could see. Sometimes I'd feel cold spots in the hallway, or think I heard a child's laughter from empty rooms. Once, I swear I felt someone sitting on the edge of my bed in the middle of the night, but when I turned on the light, no one was there. Before I left to go back home at the end of summer, my grandma gave me something, Lily's friendship bracelet. She said she felt like Lily would want me to have it. I still keep it in my desk drawer, and sometimes when I'm having a really bad day, I take it out and just hold it. It's been 7 years now, and I've never seen Lily again. I still can't explain why she chose to show herself to me that night. I never knew her when she was alive. I have no connection to her except through my grandma. Maybe she was just checking on my grandma through me. Maybe she was curious about the teenager staying in the house. I'll never know. What I do know is that experience changed me. I went from being someone who didn't believe in anything supernatural to someone who can't deny there are things in this world we can't explain. I don't talk about it much. People tend to think you're making stuff up, or that you're crazy when you start talking about seeing ghosts. But sometimes, especially late at night when I'm alone, I remember the little girl in the pink dress and wonder if she's still there in my grandparents' hallway, waiting for someone else to see her. Story 5. I've been working weekends at Hillcrest Manor Haunted House for about 3 years now. It's this massive Victorian-era mansion that the local theme park converted into their premier haunted attraction. Most of the year I'm finishing up my history degree, but from September through November I'm Ethan the tour guide, complete with period costume and rehearsed spiel about the tragic history of the place. The thing is, I didn't have to memorize as much of the history as you'd think, because a lot of it is actually true. The mansion dates back to 1892 and has changed hands so many times due to unfortunate circumstances that the park basically had its marketing campaign handed to them on a silver platter. The original owner's daughter really did fall down that grand staircase. The second family's son really did disappear somewhere on the grounds. 3 different people really have fallen from the 3rd floor balcony. I always figured the ghost stories were just good business. I mean, what's a haunted house without some tragic backstories, right? But after what happened yesterday, I'm not so sure anymore. It was a Saturday night in October, our busiest time. I'd been working double shifts all weekend because 2 other guides called out sick. I was exhausted, but trying to stay upbeat. The fall air had that perfect crispness to it, the kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up even before you enter a haunted house. The park had gone all out with the atmosphere, fog machines, creepy music echoing across the grounds, the works. I arrived for my shift at 5 in the afternoon, while it was still light out. This is always my favorite time because I get to see the transition from day to night, watch as the shadows grow longer across the mansion's facade. The building itself is imposing, 3 stories of dark wood and strange angles, with a tower on one side that seems to lean just slightly more each year. When I checked in with my manager, Dave, he mentioned that security had reported some weird stuff on the cameras overnight. I didn't think much of it. We're always dealing with camera glitches and orbs that are probably just dust. Dave's been running the haunt for 20 years and loves to play up the spooky factor with the staff. Probably just the ghost boy, I joked, referencing the story of little Timothy, the son of the second owner who supposedly vanished while playing hide-and-seek in 1923. Kids who visit sometimes claim they see a boy in old-fashioned clothes waving at them from windows where no one should be. Dave just gave me this strange look. Maybe. But security said all the motion sensors on the 3rd floor were going off and no one was up there. They've had to reset the system 3 times this week. I shrugged it off. Our equipment is ancient and false alarms happen all the time. After changing into my costume, a period-appropriate suit with waistcoat and pocket watch, I headed into the mansion to do my pre-opening walkthrough. This is standard procedure. We check all the rooms, make sure props are in place, and confirm all the actors are ready in their hiding spots. The park employs about 20 actors who jump out and scare guests throughout the tour. The first unusual thing happened during this walkthrough. I was standing in the entrance hall, checking off items on my clipboard, when I heard whistling coming from the 2nd floor. It was a distinct tune, something old-timey that I couldn't quite place, but definitely melodic and intentional. I assumed it was one of the actors getting into character. "Hey!" I called up the grand staircase. "We don't open for another 30 minutes." The whistling stopped immediately. I headed upstairs to remind whoever it was about our pre-show protocols, but when I reached the 2nd floor, every room was empty. I checked all of them, the master bedroom, the children's nursery, the study, no one. "Hello," I called again. Nothing. I radioed down to Dave. "Hey, are any of the actors supposed to be on the 2nd floor yet?" "Negative," he responded. "Everyone's still in the break room. Why?" A chill ran down my spine. "No reason. Just thought I heard someone up here." I hurried through the rest of my checks and headed back downstairs, telling myself it was probably just sound carrying from outside. But I couldn't shake the uneasiness. In 3 years, I'd heard plenty of strange noises in the mansion, creaking floorboards, wind through the old chimneys that sound like moans, but never such a clear, deliberate whistling. The first few tours went normally. I led groups of about 15 people through the mansion, giving them the historical rundown while actors jumped out at strategic moments. The usual screams, nervous laughter, people clutching each other, nothing out of the ordinary. By my 3rd tour, I'd almost forgotten about the whistling incident. That's when things started getting weird again. I was leading a group through the library, a room we've set, up with books flying off shelves using hidden wires and pneumatics. As I was explaining how the third owner had been found dead at his desk under mysterious circumstances, all the practical effects in the room suddenly stopped. The books froze mid-air, the ghostly projection on the wall flickered out, and the temperature dropped noticeably. I tried to play it off as part of the show, but I could see the confusion on the actor's face, who was hidden behind the bookshelf. This wasn't planned. I rushed the group along to the next room, making a mental note to report the technical issues to maintenance. But as we exited the library, I distinctly heard the pages of a book flipping behind us. I glanced back to see a large leather-bound volume on the center table, its pages turning rapidly as if caught in a wind. There was no wind. All the windows were sealed shut for the effects. During the break between tours, I mentioned it to Craig, one of the actors who's been working the haunt even longer than me. "Oh yeah, that happens sometimes," he said casually, sipping his coffee. "The library's one of the hot spots." "Hot spots?" I asked. "You know, where the activity is strongest, the library, the third-floor hallway, and the bridge to the tower." I stared at him. "You're talking like this place is actually haunted." Craig just laughed. "You've worked here 3 years and you're still skeptical. Man, I thought you were just really good at ignoring it." "Ignoring what?" "The weird shit. The footsteps when no one's there. The cold spots that move around. The way some of the props activate without any power." I'd noticed all those things, of course, but had always written them off as the quirks of working in an old building with outdated equipment. But the way Craig talked about it so matter-of-factly made me question everything. My next tour was the last one before my dinner break, a smaller group of about 10 people. As we moved through the mansion, I found myself hyper-aware of every creak and shadow. When we reached the third-floor hallway, the one security had reported issues with, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I was midway through my spiel about the mysterious falls from the balcony when a woman in my group suddenly gasped and pointed behind me. "There's someone there!" she exclaimed. I turned, expecting to see one of our actors who had jumped their cue, but the hallway was empty. "I saw a man," she insisted, "tall, wearing old clothes. He was just standing there watching us." Several others in the group nodded, claiming they'd seen something too. I assured them it was part of the experience, even though I knew we didn't have any actors scheduled for this particular hallway. The sensors in this section triggered audio effects, not live scares. After dropping that group off at the exit, I took my break in the staff room, trying to make sense of everything. That's when I overheard 2 security guards talking. "Third time this week," one was saying. "Motion sensors going crazy in empty rooms." "And the temperature drops," the other added. "Camera 3 keeps showing those weird streaks of light." "You guys talking about the actual ghosts or the ones we pay to be here?" I joked, sitting down with them. They exchanged glances. "You haven't heard about the pushes, have you?" the first guard asked. "Pushes?" "We've had 3 guests this season complain that someone shoved them from behind on the tower bridge. When they turned around, no one was there." I remembered Craig mentioning the bridge as one of the hot spots. A chill ran through me. "That's just people getting spooked and imagining things," I said, not entirely believing it myself anymore. After my break, I had to lead a special VIP tour, a smaller group who paid extra for extended access to areas of the mansion not on the regular route, including the tower. As I waited for them at the entrance, alone in the dimly lit foyer, I heard it again, the whistling. The same melody as before, coming from somewhere inside the mansion. There was no mistaking it this time. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't sound carrying from outside. It was a person whistling, except there shouldn't have been anyone in that section of the building yet. My VIP group arrived before I could investigate, so I pushed it to the back of my mind and began the tour. Everything went smoothly until we reached the infamous bridge to the tower. It's a narrow wooden structure, that connects the main house to the tower room, suspended over a two-story drop to the central courtyard below. We've enhanced it with subtle movement mechanisms that make it feel unstable, but it's actually completely secure. As I led the group across, telling them about the architectural oddities of the mansion, I felt a distinct cold spot in the middle of the bridge. Not the general coolness of an old building, but a defined area of cold that felt like walking through a freezer. Several guests commented on it, rubbing their arms. After finishing the tour and seeing the guests out, I had to return to the tower to reset some props for the next group. I was alone, crossing back over the bridge when I heard it, heavy footsteps coming from the tower end of the bridge, loud, deliberate steps that made the old wood creak. I froze. There shouldn't have been anyone there. That section was locked after each tour, and I had the only key. The footsteps continued, moving across the bridge toward me. I could see the boards vibrating slightly with each step, but there was no one there. The footsteps stopped directly in front of me. The cold spot returned, so intense that I could see my breath in the air. Something brushed against my shoulder, a distinct pressure, like someone squeezing past me on the narrow bridge. Then the cold vanished, and I was alone again. I'd like to say I ran screaming from the building, but the weird thing is, I didn't. Instead, I felt a strange sense of exhilaration. After 3 years of working in a haunted house, I'd finally experienced something I couldn't explain away. When I reported back to Dave, he didn't seem surprised at all. "The mansion's been more active lately," he said. "We've had more incidents in the past 2 weeks than in the entire last year." "Why didn't you tell me this stuff was real?" I asked. Dave shrugged. "Would you have believed me? Most new guides quit after their first real experience. We figured you either hadn't noticed or were good at ignoring it." For my final tour of the night, something had changed. I felt more connected to the mansion, more tuned in to its rhythms and energy. As I led the group through, I noticed things I'd overlooked before. The way certain rooms felt heavier than others, how shadows sometimes moved against the light, the patterns in the unexplained sounds. In the library, I paused my regular script and instead said, "If you listen carefully, sometimes you can hear the pages turning by themselves." As if on cue, the same book from earlier flipped open, its pages rustling. The guests gasped, thinking it was a planned effect. But I knew better. By the end of my shift, I wasn't scared anymore. If anything, I felt privileged. How many people get to work in a place where history is still actively present? Where the past isn't just a story we tell, but something that walks alongside us? I'm back at the mansion tonight. I've brought a digital recorder to try and capture the whistling. Craig says he's heard it too. Says it's the song that was popular the year Timothy disappeared. I'm going to learn it. See if whistling it back gets a response. Some people would quit after experiencing what I did. But me? I've never been more excited to go to work. The haunted house I've been leading tours through for 3 years really is haunted, and somehow that makes it all the more special. The real ghosts have finally decided to make themselves known to me, and I can't wait to see what happens. Next. Story 6. I still get chills thinking about what happened my junior year at John Baptist. It's been almost 4 years now, but I remember it like it was yesterday. For those who don't know, John Baptist is this private school in Bangor, Maine. Pretty prestigious place with the whole uniform thing and crazy high expectations. I was never the academic type, but I found my place in the drama department. That fall, we were putting on Grease. Nothing groundbreaking about that choice, but our drama teacher, Mr. Reed, was determined to make it the best production the school had ever seen. I'd landed a supporting role, which meant late rehearsals almost every night. The particular night I'm talking about was in early October, right before midterms. Practice had run incredibly late. Mr. Reed kept making us repeat scenes over and over until he was satisfied. By the time we finished, it was already 11 at night. Most of the cast bolted as soon as he dismissed us. They had tests to study for or just wanted to get home. My buddy David and I volunteered to stay behind and help close up. David was more of a tech guy than an actor, so he'd been working the lights and sound all evening. The auditorium at John Baptist isn't just any school auditorium. It's this massive space with ornate moldings and these heavy velvet curtains that are probably older than our parents. The place seats about 300 people with a balcony section that wraps around the back. The lighting is always kind of dim, even when all the house lights are on, giving the whole place this eerie, old-timey theater vibe. "Charlie, can you make sure all the props are back in the storage room?" Mr. Reed called as he gathered his things. "I need to make a quick call, but I'll be back to lock up in 10 minutes. "No problem," I replied, collecting scattered scripts from the stage. David was shutting down the sound booth, and I started gathering props, leather jackets, combs, and the other 50s paraphernalia we were using for the show. The auditorium had emptied out fast, and that familiar after-hours quiet settled in. You know that silence that feels almost heavy, like the building itself is exhaling after a long day. After getting everything squared away in the prop room, I walked back onto the stage. The house lights were on, but dimmed to their night setting. David had finished in the booth and joined me on stage. "Think we should close the curtains?" he asked, glancing at the heavy velvet drapes. "Yeah, Reed likes them closed when we leave," I said, walking toward the pulley system at the side of the stage. That's when I noticed something off. I'm not sure what made me look up at that exact moment, but my eyes drifted to the balcony. There was someone sitting there. Just sitting, watching us. It was a guy, looked about our age, with blonde hair that caught what little light there was. He was wearing our school's purple and white leather Letterman jacket, the kind the athletes get. I couldn't make out his face clearly from that distance, but I could tell he was staring directly at us, not moving, just watching. "Hey, David," I said quietly, nodding toward the balcony. "Who's that up there?" David followed my gaze and froze. "I don't know. Everyone else left, right?" I thought so. The hairs on my arms stood up. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. David cupped his hands around his mouth and called up to the balcony. "Hey, auditorium's closed, man. We're locking up." No response. The figure just sat there, completely still. "Maybe he didn't hear you," I suggested, though I knew that was unlikely. The auditorium had perfect acoustics. That's why we never needed mics for our performances. David tried again, louder this time. "Hey, we're leaving. You need to go." Still nothing. Not even a shift in posture, just that same steady stare. An uncomfortable feeling crawled up my spine. The temperature in the auditorium seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. "This is weird," I whispered. "Should we go up there?" David shook his head. "I'm going to find Reed. He should be done with his call by now." "You're going to leave me here?" I hissed, suddenly not wanting to be alone with whoever, or whatever, was in the balcony. "Just stay put. I'll be back in like 30 seconds, David assured me, already backing toward the stage exit. "Just keep an eye on him, I guess." And so I stood there, center stage, locked in the strangest staring contest of my life with a motionless figure in the balcony. The seconds stretched into what felt like hours. I couldn't look away. Something about the stillness of the figure was deeply unsettling. Normal people fidget, shift in their seats, check their phones. This guy did nothing, just sat and stared. I tried to make out more details about him, but the distance and shadows made it difficult. Blonde hair, purple and white jacket, sitting in what I think was the third row of the balcony, center section. His posture was rigid, almost unnaturally so. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing through the empty auditorium. "The school's closed. You need to leave." Nothing, not even a blink. I heard the backstage door open and turned to see David returning with Mr. Reed in tow. The relief I felt was immense. "Charlie, what's going on? David says there's someone," Mr. Reed started. I turned back to point at the balcony, the words already forming on my lips, but they died instantly. The seat was empty. "He's gone," I said, confusion washing over me. "He was just there, I swear. I didn't take my eyes off him until I heard you guys come in." Mr. Reed looked skeptical. "Are you sure you saw someone? It's late, and the shadows up there can play tricks." "Mr. Reed, we both saw him," David interrupted. "Clear as day. Some kid in a school jacket just sitting there staring." I nodded vigorously. "He was right there in the third row. Blonde hair, purple and white Letterman jacket. He wouldn't respond when we called up to him." Mr. Reed's expression shifted from skepticism to concern. "Let's check it out," he said, heading for the stairs that led to the balcony. The three of us climbed the creaky staircase to the balcony level. The air felt colder up there, and the emergency exit sign cast an eerie red glow over the seats. We reached the center section, and my stomach dropped. The seat, third row, middle section, was pulled down. All the other seats in that row were up. "Someone was definitely here," Mr. Reed muttered, touching the seat cautiously. "But how did they leave so quickly? You said you didn't see them go." I shook my head. "I looked away for maybe 2 seconds when I heard you guys come in. That's it." "Could they have run down the back stairs?" David suggested, pointing to the emergency exit at the far end of the balcony. "The alarm would have sounded," Mr. Reed replied, "and I don't see how anyone could move that fast without making noise on these old floors." We checked the entire balcony level. Behind curtains, in the small projection booth, everywhere, nothing, no sign of anyone. We even checked the emergency door, but it was still locked from the inside with no indication it had been opened. By this point, my skin was crawling. I'm not typically the jumpy type, but this was beyond weird. It was now past midnight, and Mr. Reed finally suggested we lock up and leave. "I'm sure there's a logical explanation," he said as we headed back downstairs. "Maybe they slipped out when we weren't looking. These old theaters can be tricky with acoustics and shadows." But I could tell by his voice that he was unsettled too. We did one final sweep of the entire auditorium, checking under seats, behind curtains, in every storage room and closet. Nothing. Not a trace of anyone else in the building. As we left, Mr. Reed triple-checked all the locks. The three of us walked to the parking lot together, no one saying much. Before we parted ways, Mr. Reed made us promise not to spread rumors about what happened. "Last thing we need is ghost stories scaring the freshmen," he said with a forced laugh. But I couldn't shake what I'd seen. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that motionless figure staring down at me from the balcony. The next day at school, I started asking subtle questions about the history of the auditorium. Most teachers brushed me off, but Mrs. Kendrick, the school librarian who'd been at John Baptist forever, gave me a strange look when I brought it up. "Why do you ask?" she said, studying my face carefully. I shrugged, trying to seem casual. "Just curious. The place is so old I figured it must have some stories." She hesitated, then motioned for me to follow her into the archives room at the back of the library. She pulled out a box of old yearbooks and newspapers. "In 1992, there was a student named Michael Harmon," she said quietly, flipping through a yearbook. "Bright kid, varsity athlete. He was dating the lead in that year's musical." She showed me a photo of a school play, Oklahoma, according to the caption. There was a pretty dark-haired girl center stage, and in the corner of the photo, barely visible, was a blonde boy in a purple and white Letterman jacket. "What happened to him?" I asked, though somehow I already knew it wouldn't be good. Mrs. Kendrick sighed. "His girlfriend broke up with him the night before the big show. Apparently she'd been seeing one of the other cast members behind his back. Michael was devastated." She pulled out a laminated newspaper clipping. The headline made my blood run cold. "Local student takes life in school auditorium." According to the article, Michael had gone to the school late at night, broken into the auditorium, and hanged himself from the lighting rig above the stage. They found him the next morning when the drama teacher arrived to set up for the show. "The school tried to keep it quiet," Mrs. Kendrick said, putting the materials away. "They cancelled that year's production and closed the auditorium for renovations over the summer. Most people have forgotten about it now." But I hadn't forgotten what I saw, and I was now convinced that whoever was sitting in that balcony wasn't alive. A week later, on opening night of Grease, I arrived at the auditorium early. The place was empty, the house lights dim as they always were before a show. I stood center stage, feeling a little foolish but compelled to do something. "Michael," I said, my voice echoing in the empty space. "I don't know if you're here or if you can hear me. I'm sorry about what happened to you. It wasn't fair, but if you're watching tonight, I hope you enjoy the show." I felt a cold breeze pass over me, though all the doors were closed. Maybe it was just the AC kicking on, maybe not. Our production of Grease went off without a hitch. Best show the school had put on in years, according to Mr. Reed. Throughout the performances, I occasionally glanced up at the balcony, at that seat in the third row. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of blonde hair or the flash of a purple and white jacket, but I never told anyone else. Some things you just keep to yourself, you know. But I still think about that night whenever I'm in an empty theater, and I always check the balcony before I turn my back. Story 7. I've been debating whether to post this for years. I guess I'm still trying to make sense of it myself, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened to me back in 2014, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some part of me wishes I could forget. I was living in Pine Grove at the time, one of those boring suburbs where nothing ever happens. You know the type: neat lawns, neighborhood BBQs, kids riding, bikes in cul-de-sacs. I had a small 2-bedroom house that I was renting, nothing fancy, just a place to sleep and keep my stuff. I'd been there for about 8 months, and everything was completely normal. That night started like any other. I got home from work around 6, heated up some leftover pasta, watched some mindless TV, and headed to bed around 11. I remember checking my phone one last time. It was 11:23 when I put it on the charger. I was tired but not exhausted, just a regular Tuesday night. I fell asleep pretty quickly. No alcohol, no meds, nothing that would mess with my head. I'd been sleeping fine for weeks, no issues at all. This is important because when I tried to tell people what happened, they immediately jumped to "you were stressed" or "maybe you were taking something." I wasn't. This was just a normal night that turned into the worst experience of my life. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was morning already, but when I glanced at my digital clock, the red numbers read 3:17. I remember the time specifically because I stared at those numbers for what felt like forever, trying to focus on something, anything, normal. The first thing I noticed was how dark my room was. Not just regular darkness. It was like the shadows had substance, like they were thicker somehow. The corners of my room seemed deeper, stretching farther than they should. The darkness pooled in weird places, collecting in the middle of the room instead of just being everywhere evenly. I tried to sit up to turn on my bedside lamp, but I couldn't move, not even a finger. At first I thought maybe my arm had fallen asleep, but then I realized my entire body was completely frozen. It wasn't like being tied down. There was nothing physical restraining me. It was like my brain had disconnected from my muscles. I could feel everything, the sheets against my skin, the pillow under my head, but I couldn't control anything. The pressure on my chest started building. It felt like someone was sitting on me, getting heavier by the second. I couldn't even take a deep breath. Each shallow inhale was a struggle. The weight just kept increasing until I felt like my ribs might crack. I was fully awake. This is what I need everyone to understand. I wasn't dreaming. My eyes were open. I was conscious. I was aware of my surroundings. I could see my dresser, my closet door that was slightly ajar, the pile of laundry I'd left on the floor. Everything was normal except for the darkness and the fact that I couldn't move. That's when I heard the first whisper. It came from the corner of my room, by the closet. Just a soft sound at first, like paper rustling, then it formed into words. "He's ready." My heart started pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. It didn't sound like it was coming through my walls or from outside. It was right there in the room with me. Then another whisper from the opposite corner. "We want him now." I tried to scream. God, I tried so hard to make any sound at all. My throat strained with the effort, but nothing came out, not even a whimper. The silence in the room was absolute except for those whispers. More voices joined in, overlapping, coming from every direction. "Take him. He sees us. He's perfect." They weren't shouting, just whispering urgently, like they were discussing something important that had to be decided quickly. I'd never been religious, but in that moment, all I could think was that demons were coming for me. Real, actual demons. There was no other explanation my terrified brain could come up with. The shadows started to move. Not like shadows do when light changes. They moved with purpose, gathering and concentrating. The darkness in the corner near my bed began to take shape, solidifying into something almost human. I could see it forming, first just a darker patch in the air, then gradually developing a head, shoulders, arms. It didn't step out of the shadows, it was made from them. As it became more distinct, I could make out details that I wished to God I could forget. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, with limbs that were just slightly too long. Its skin wasn't black like the shadows it came from. It was a sickly grey-green, like something that had been underwater for too long. The surface wasn't smooth. It had a texture that reminded me of tree bark or very dry skin with deep cracks running across it. Its face was the worst part. It had all the features a human face should have, but they were wrong somehow. The eyes were too large and spaced too far apart. They didn't reflect light the way eyes should. They absorbed it. The mouth was just a slit until it opened, revealing nothing inside but more darkness. A second entity emerged from the shadows on the other side of the bed. This one was shorter but wider, with the same grey-green skin. Its movements were jerky, like it wasn't used to having a physical form. They both stood there, one on each side of my bed, looking down at me. Not saying anything, just watching. The whispers continued all around us. "Take him. Now. He's ours." I was beyond terrified. I've never felt anything like it before or since. It wasn't just fear. It was complete and absolute horror, the kind that goes beyond your capacity to process it. My mind was screaming at my body to move, to run, to do anything, but I was completely trapped. It felt like being wrapped in shrink wrap, able to see everything but completely immobilized. The taller entity slowly reached out a hand toward my face. Its fingers were too long, with too many joints, and they tapered to points instead of having nails. I could feel the cold radiating from it before it even touched me. In my head, I was frantically thinking, "Stop! Help me, Jesus, help me," over and over. I'd never prayed before, but I was praying then, desperately calling out to anything that might save me. Just as those cold fingers were about to touch my face, my bedroom door creaked. The sound was so normal, so everyday, that it seemed bizarre in that moment. Both entities snapped their heads toward the door. There was nothing there that I could see, but they were clearly reacting to something. The shorter one made a sound, not a word, more like air escaping from a punctured tire. The taller one withdrew its hand from my face and took a step back. The whispering voices grew more urgent, overlapping so much I couldn't make out individual words anymore. The entities began to lose their form, melting back into shadows, but not quickly. It was a gradual process, like watching ice melt. The taller one kept its face turned toward me until the very end, those light-absorbing eyes fixed on mine. And then suddenly, I could move. It was like whatever force had been holding me down suddenly released. I gasped for air, my lungs burning as I finally took a full breath. I sat bolt upright and lunged for my bedside lamp, nearly knocking it over in my panic. Light flooded the room. It was empty. Just my regular bedroom with its regular shadows. The digital clock now read 3:23. The whole thing had lasted just 6 minutes, but it had felt like hours. I sat there shaking, afraid to move, afraid to turn off the light, afraid to even blink. I stayed that way until morning, just staring at the corners of my room, jumping at every little sound. When I finally told my roommate what happened, he laughed and said, "Dude, that's just sleep paralysis. It happens to people all the time." I tried to explain that this was different, that it felt real in a way dreams never do, but he just shrugged it off. I've told a few other people over the years, friends, a therapist once, and they all say the same thing. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, your brain playing tricks on you. But here's the thing, I know what I saw, I know what I felt. I've had nightmares before. I've even had what I think was sleep paralysis once since then, where I woke up and couldn't move for a few seconds. That was nothing like this. Those entities weren't just random shapes my brain conjured up. They had purpose. They were there for me specifically. The whispers made that clear. We want him now. Not just any person. Me. I moved out of that house 2 weeks later. I told my landlord there was a job opportunity in another city, but the truth is, I couldn't spend another night in that bedroom. I've been in my new place for years now, and nothing like that has ever happened again. Sometimes I try to convince myself that maybe everyone is right. Maybe it was just sleep paralysis, just my brain misfiring during that weird state between sleep and wakefulness. But then I remember those eyes, that grey-green skin, those fingers reaching for my face, and I know better. Whatever those things were, they weren't dreams or hallucinations. They were entities not of life, but of death. They had targeted me for some reason, and I'm terrified that one day they might come back to finish whatever they started. I don't expect anyone reading this to believe me. I wouldn't believe it either if someone else told me this story. But I needed to put it somewhere, to tell someone, because every night when I turn off the lights, there's a moment where I wonder if the shadows in the corners of my room are getting just a little bit darker than they should be. Story 8. I still get chills thinking about what happened 3 months ago. I've been debating whether to share this, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. After graduating college last year with a mountain of student debt, I had to find somewhere affordable to live. I ended up in Riverside Heights. Yeah, not the greatest area, but rent was $400 cheaper than anywhere else within commuting distance to my new job. My parents freaked when they heard where I was moving. My dad even offered to help with rent if I'd pick somewhere safer, but pride got the better of me. I was 23, had my degree, and wanted to prove I could make it on my own. The apartment was actually decent, small one-bedroom with decent water pressure and no visible mold. The neighborhood, though, there had been 3 break-ins on my block in the month before I moved in. A woman was assaulted 2 streets over just a week before I signed my lease, but the property manager assured me they were isolated incidents and that they'd installed new deadbolts on all units. I convinced myself it would be fine. I'd been living there about 5 weeks when it happened. It was a Tuesday in April, unusually hot for spring. My ancient window AC unit was struggling to keep my apartment below 80 degrees. I'd put off doing laundry for almost 2 weeks and was down to my last clean outfit for work. The building didn't have laundry, so I had to lug everything 4 blocks to the laundromat. I spent 3 hours washing, drying, and folding everything, sweating the entire time in the humid laundromat that somehow felt hotter than outside. By the time I walked home, balancing my basket on my hip, I was exhausted and cranky. As I approached my apartment door, I noticed something white sitting beside it. At first I thought someone had left a package, but as I got closer, I realized it was a dog, a white German shepherd just sitting there, perfectly still, watching me approach. I froze about 10 feet away. I've always been a bit nervous around strange dogs, especially big ones. This one was huge, easily 90 pounds. No collar, no leash, just sitting there like it was waiting for me. "Hey, buddy," I said nervously, clutching my laundry basket tighter. "You lost?" The dog just looked at me, not aggressive, not excited, just watching. Its eyes were this intense amber color that seemed almost unnaturally focused. When I took a step forward, it didn't move, didn't bark, didn't wag its tail. I had to get past it to reach my door, so I slowly edged forward, pressing myself against the opposite wall. The dog's eyes followed me, but it made no move to approach. When I fumbled with my keys, dropping them twice because my hands were shaking, the dog still just watched. Once inside, I put my laundry down and peeked out the peephole. The dog was still there, sitting in the exact same position, looking at my door. I felt a weird mix of fear and pity. Maybe it was hungry or thirsty in this heat. Against my better judgment, I opened the door a crack. "You hungry, boy?" The dog's ears perked up, but it didn't approach. I went to my fridge and found some leftover hot dogs from the weekend. I put one on a paper plate with some water in a bowl and slowly opened the door wider. "Here you go," I said, placing both on the ground and stepping back inside. The strangest thing happened next. The dog approached the plate, sniffed the hot dog, but didn't eat it. It just looked at me again with those intense eyes, then gently picked up the hot dog in its mouth. It didn't drink the water at all. Then, as calmly as it had appeared, it turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner of the building. I remember thinking how weird the whole interaction was as I closed and locked my door. I texted my friend Melissa about it. Just had the strangest encounter with a stray dog. Wouldn't eat the food I gave it, just took it and left. She replied with a joke about the dog having higher standards than hot dogs. The rest of the evening was normal. I put away my laundry, made some pasta for dinner, and watched Netflix until around 11:30. My bedroom is at the back of the apartment, with a window that faces a small strip of landscaping, just some patchy grass and scraggly bushes before the parking lot. I remember it was still uncomfortably warm, so I had the window open, with just the screen in place to let in whatever breeze might come through. I fell asleep around midnight. I'm not sure how long I'd been sleeping when something woke me up. At first I wasn't sure what I'd heard. Maybe just the normal sounds of the apartment building settling. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I heard it again, a faint rustling coming from the bushes outside my window. My first thought was that it was just a raccoon or stray cat. The rustling continued, but then I heard what sounded like soft footsteps in the dirt. The hair on my arms stood up. That wasn't an animal. I lay completely still, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. The footsteps stopped right outside my window. I could hear heavy breathing now. My heart was pounding so hard, I was certain whoever was out there could hear it. Then came the sound that still haunts my nightmares. The slow, deliberate sound of something sharp running along the screen of my window. A cutting sound, methodical, intentional. I was paralyzed with fear. My phone was charging on the nightstand just inches away, but I couldn't make myself move to grab it. I just lay there, eyes wide open in the darkness, listening to someone cutting their way into my apartment. What happened next happened so fast, I'm still not entirely sure of the sequence. There was a low growl, deep, threatening, from outside the window. Then barking, vicious, aggressive barking that exploded out of nowhere. A man shouted in surprise, and then there were thuds and more yelling, growling, and what sounded like a struggle. I heard the man cursing, screaming, "Get it off! Get the fuck off me!" The snarling and barking grew more intense. There was another thud, like someone falling hard against the side of the building, then the sound of running footsteps moving away. The barking continued for a few seconds. Then I heard the sound of something moving quickly through the bushes, following whoever had been at my window. I stayed frozen in bed for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. When I couldn't hear anything else outside, I finally found the courage to grab my phone. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's calm voice made me realize how badly I was hyperventilating. Someone was trying to break into my apartment, I managed to say between gasping breaths. Through my bedroom window, there was a dog. It attacked them, I think. The police arrived about 15 minutes later. I'd turned on every light in the apartment and was sitting on my couch, as far from the windows as possible, clutching a kitchen knife. I jumped when they knocked on the door and made them show their badges through the peephole before I let them in. 2 officers came inside while others went around back. One of the officers, a woman named Garcia, according to her nameplate, sat with me while I explained what happened. The other officer went to check my bedroom window. He came back looking grim. "Ma'am, you were right to call us. Someone definitely tried to break in. The window screen has been cut open with what looks like a knife or box cutter." Officer Garcia asked if I'd like to see what they found, and I nodded, following them on shaky legs to my bedroom. The screen had a large L-shaped cut in it, big enough for someone to reach in and unlock the window. "There's more," the male officer said, pointing his flashlight outside. "There's blood out there, quite a bit of it, and white fur all over the place, in the bushes, on the ground. Looks like a dog definitely interrupted whatever this guy was planning." They asked if I owned a dog, or knew of one in the building that matched the description. I told them about the white German Shepherd from earlier that day. The officers exchanged looks. "And you've never seen this dog before today?" Officer Garcia asked. I shook my head. They took my statement and photographed everything. As they were about to leave, one of the officers who had been outside came in with something in an evidence bag. "Found this in the bushes," he said, showing it to his colleagues. It was a hunting knife with a serrated edge, covered in blood. Officer Garcia turned to me, her expression serious. "Miss, given the recent incidents in this neighborhood and what we found here tonight, I think it's fair to say this wasn't just a random break-in attempt. This knife," she hesitated, "is similar to the weapon used in 2 assaults in this area over the past month." They strongly suggested I stay somewhere else for a few days while they investigated. I called my parents, who drove 2 hours in the middle of the night to pick me up. I stayed with them for a week while the police investigated, and my landlord installed security bars on all my windows and a security camera outside my door. When I returned to my apartment, the first thing I did was ask neighbors if they knew anything about a white German Shepherd in the area. No one had ever seen one. The animal control officer I spoke with said they had no reports of a stray matching that description. The police never caught the guy. The blood at the scene didn't match any suspects in their database. The white dog never returned either. I looked for it every day for weeks. 3 months later, I still live in the same apartment. My lease isn't up until December, but I've never felt the same. I installed a security system and got new locks. The police patrol the area more frequently now. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. That dog knew. It sat at my door earlier that day, like it was checking on me. Then somehow showed up at the exact moment someone was trying to break in. It wasn't interested in the food I gave it. It was just watching over me. I don't know if I believe in guardian angels or if this has some logical explanation I'm missing. All I know is that a mysterious white dog that no one else had ever seen showed up twice on the same day. Once to meet me and once to save me from becoming another statistic in this neighborhood. I've started volunteering at the local animal shelter on weekends. Every white dog I see gets an extra treat from me. It's stupid maybe, but it's the only way I know how to say thank you to whatever or whoever sent that dog to protect me that night. Story 9. I'm still trying to process what happened to me last night. My hands are shaking as I type this. I've had weird experiences before, but nothing like this. Nothing this close, this intense, this deliberate. I live in a pretty normal suburban neighborhood, the kind with 2 close houses, decent lawns, and neighbors who wave but don't really talk much. My house isn't particularly old or creepy, just a standard 3-bedroom I bought 5 years ago after my divorce. Nothing special about it, no weird history that I know of. Just a normal place where I've been living a normal life. Well, until recently. I should mention that I've always been sensitive to things. Call it what you want, energy, spirits, whatever. I've had moments throughout my life where I've felt presences or seen things out of the corner of my eye. Usually just fleeting shadows or the feeling of being watched. Most of the time, I could brush it off as my imagination or just being tired. For the past few months, though, I've had the sense that something's been passing through my house. Like when you feel someone walk behind you in a room, but when you turn around, nobody's there. Just quick movements in my peripheral vision, or the feeling that someone just left a room as I entered it. Nothing threatening, just present. I've gotten used to it, honestly. I'd even started to think of these presences as mostly harmless, just entities passing through my space without much interest in me. Personally, last night changed everything. I went to bed around 11:30 after watching some mindless show on Netflix. Nothing unusual about my night routine. Brushed my teeth, checked that the doors were locked, turned off most of the lights except the hall light I always leave on. I'm 38 years old and still can't sleep in complete darkness. Sue me. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I'd had a long day at work and I was exhausted. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. My phone was on the nightstand, but I never checked it. If I had to guess, it was probably around 3 in the morning, that dead time when the world feels completely still. I didn't wake up gradually. It was sudden, like someone had shouted my name or slapped me. My eyes just snapped open and I was instantly, completely awake. And I knew immediately that something was wrong. There was this heaviness in the air, this pressure that made it hard to breathe. The room felt colder than it should have, even though it's summer and my AC isn't great. But what really got me was the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling when someone is staring at you, like you can physically feel their eyes on you. It was that, but 100 times stronger. Something was in my room, and it was focused entirely on me. I didn't move at first. I was lying on my back, and I could see most of my room from that position. The hall light was seeping in under my door, casting just enough dim light that I could make out the outlines of my furniture, my dresser, my closet door, the chair where I throw my clothes. And then I saw it, standing right next to my bed. Not at the foot of the bed, not across the room, but right fucking there, maybe 2 feet from where I was lying. If I had reached out my arm, I could have touched it. It was dark. Not just dark like a shadow, but dark like it was absorbing the little bit of light in the room. Jet black. It was humanoid. Had a head, shoulders, a torso, but there was something wrong about its outline. It wasn't smooth. It was jagged, almost like it was made of sharp rocks or broken glass. The edges of it seemed to shift slightly, like it was having trouble maintaining its shape. It was about 5'8", I'd guess, a little shorter than me, and even though I couldn't see any eyes or facial features at all, I absolutely knew it was looking directly at me, studying me, waiting for something. The malevolence coming off this thing was overwhelming. This wasn't some confused spirit or residual energy. This thing had intent, it had purpose, and whatever that purpose was, it wasn't good. I've never felt such pure, cold hatred directed at me before. It was like standing in front of an open freezer, except the cold was emotional rather than physical. This thing wanted to hurt me. I was certain of it. Here's the weird part. I wasn't paralyzed. This wasn't sleep paralysis. I've had that before, and this was different. I could move. I could feel my fingers and toes. I could have jumped out of bed if I wanted to. But for several seconds, I didn't. I just lay there, staring back at this thing, trying to process what I was seeing. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My mouth went completely dry. I felt sweat breaking out all over my body despite the cold, pure adrenaline. In those moments, my mind raced through all the passing through experiences I'd had before, the shadows I'd glimpsed, the feelings of being watched. They suddenly seemed like reconnaissance, like this thing had been checking out my house, learning my patterns, waiting for the right moment. And now it was here, standing over me while I slept, and I had no idea what it wanted. I don't know where I found the courage to do what I did next. Maybe it was fear. Maybe it was anger at having my space invaded. Maybe it was just survival instinct kicking in. But instead of pulling the covers over my head or screaming or doing any of the things a rational person might do, I sat up. Yeah, I sat up in bed and brought my face to within 6 inches of this thing. I could feel the coldness radiating from it. It didn't smell like anything, but the air around it felt wrong somehow, thin and stale. "I'm not afraid of you," I said, which was a complete lie because I was terrified. "Fuck off." My voice came out steadier than I expected, almost calm, despite the fact that my entire body was trembling. We stayed like that for what felt like forever, me sitting up, this thing standing there, us almost face to face in the dim light of my bedroom. Then I reached over to turn on my bedside lamp. I didn't take my eyes off the thing as my hand fumbled for the switch. I was half expecting it to grab my arm or make some move to stop me, but it didn't. The moment before my fingers found the switch, I had a sudden, horrifying thought. What if the light comes on and it's still there? What if I see it clearly? What would it look like in full light? I clicked the lamp on anyway. Bright light flooded the room, momentarily blinding me. I blinked a few times, adjusting to the sudden brightness. It was gone, just gone. No movement, no sound, no fading away. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. I looked all around my room, checked under the bed, looked in the closet. Nothing. Just my ordinary, messy bedroom. I sat on the edge of my bed for a long time, lamp still on, trying to calm my breathing and make sense of what had happened. I didn't feel the presence anymore, but I didn't feel safe either. Eventually, I got up the courage to turn the light back off. I thought about keeping it on all night, but I knew I needed to sleep, and I can't sleep with the light on. So I clicked it off and lay back down, every muscle in my body tense, waiting. Nothing happened. Whatever it was, it didn't come back, at least not last night. The thing is, this wasn't the first time I'd seen something like this. A few weeks ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and thought I saw a similar shadow figure standing at the foot of my bed. But that time, it was farther away, and I wasn't fully awake. I convinced myself it was just a waking dream, or my eyes playing tricks on me in the darkness. This was different. I was wide awake. I saw it clearly as you can see something that's pure darkness. I sensed its presence, its attention, its malice. This wasn't my imagination. I know some people will say it was just a hypnagogic hallucination or sleep paralysis. But like I said, I could move. I did move. I sat up, I spoke, I reached for the light. That's not sleep paralysis. I didn't sleep much after that. I kept the TV on for noise and dozed on and off until morning. When the sun came up, I felt a little better, but I'm still shaken. I don't know what this thing was or what it wanted. I don't know if it'll come back. But confronting it seemed to work, at least for now. Standing my ground made it leave. Maybe that's important. Maybe these things feed on fear, and by refusing to be afraid, even though I was, I took away its power. Or maybe I just got lucky, and next time will be worse. I've spent most of today researching shadow people and similar phenomena. I found accounts that sound similar to what I experienced, but none that match exactly. The jagged, rocky outline seems unique. Most shadow people are described as smooth or smoky. Tonight, I'm sleeping with a nightlight for the first time since I was a kid. I've also put a baseball bat next to my bed, though I have no idea if it would do any good against something like that. Probably not, but it makes me feel a little better. I keep replaying the encounter in my mind. The suddenness of waking up. The absolute certainty that something was there before I even saw it. The way it just stood there so close, watching me. The jagged outline, the feeling of pure malevolence. And I keep wondering, what if I hadn't turned on the light? What if I had just pulled the covers over my head? What if I hadn't confronted it? I don't have answers. I just know that something was in my bedroom last night, something that shouldn't exist in our normal world. Something that had been watching me, maybe for weeks or months, before finally making itself known. And even though it's gone for now, I can't shake the feeling that our encounter isn't over. That by acknowledging it, by speaking to it directly, I've somehow engaged with it in a way that can't be undone. All I know is that my house doesn't feel like home anymore. The familiar has become strange. The safe has become threatening. And the darkness, well, the darkness isn't empty anymore. I'm writing this partly to process what happened, partly to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, and partly as a record in case it comes back and things don't go as well next time. For now, I'm going to try to go about my normal life, go to work, watch TV, pretend everything is fine, but I know it isn't. Something found me. Something came into my bedroom and stood over me while I slept. And even though I drove it away this time, I can't shake the feeling that it was just a first encounter, not a last one. Story 10. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, even though it happened 23 years ago. I was 9 years old, walking home from school in Meridian. My mum usually picked me up, but she had a doctor's appointment that day, so I was allowed to walk the 5 blocks home alone. It wasn't a big deal. Plenty of kids did it, and I knew the route perfectly. It was mid-October, chilly, but not cold enough for heavy winter gear. The streets were busy with the usual afternoon crowd. People getting off work early, high school kids hanging out, the normal buzz of a weekday. I remember feeling pretty grown up walking by myself, wearing my blue backpack with the dinosaur keychain my dad had given me for my birthday. I got to the intersection of Maple and 4th Street, the big one with the pharmacy on one corner and the bank on the other. The crosswalk signal was red, so I stopped and waited like I'd been taught. I was counting the cars passing by, a game I played to pass time, when I felt this presence behind me. Not like someone just standing there, but a heaviness in the air that made the hair on my arms stand up. When I turned around, there she was. She couldn't have been more than 25, with skin so pale it was almost translucent. Her hair was brown, cut neatly at her neck. But what struck me most was her coat. It was this dark brown color, not like chocolate brown, but deeper, like wet soil, and it went all the way to the ground. The coat had a hood that partially shadowed her face, though it wasn't pulled up completely. I'd never seen anything like it before. It didn't look modern at all, more like something from an old painting or history book. What really freaked me out was how nobody else seemed to notice her. There were at least 7 or 8 other people waiting to cross, but they acted like she wasn't even there. No one moved away when she approached. No one glanced at her. Nothing. It was as if she existed only for me to see. The woman was staring directly at me, not glancing or looking, staring, with this intensity that made my stomach twist into knots. Her eyes were this unsettling greenish-brown color, but it wasn't the color that bothered me. It was the depth. Looking into her eyes felt like staring into something ancient and endless. I know that sounds weird coming from a 9-year-old's perspective, but even then, I knew something wasn't right about those eyes. They didn't belong to a young woman. They looked old, impossibly old. She smiled slightly at me, but that smile never reached her eyes. They remained fixed, piercing, like she was trying to memorize every detail of my face or see something inside me. I couldn't hold her gaze. It physically hurt to look at her for too long. My chest felt tight, and I remember struggling to breathe normally. Then came the worst part. Without her lips moving, I heard her voice in my head, clear as day. "Who are your parents?" The voice was beautiful in a way that made me want to cry. It reminded me of wind through autumn leaves, soft, but with a rustling undercurrent that felt wrong somehow. I couldn't respond. My mouth went completely dry, and my legs felt frozen to the sidewalk. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't listen. The traffic light finally turned green, and the crossing signal beeped. Everyone started moving, and I had no choice but to cross too, with her right beside me. She walked so strangely, slow, deliberate steps, like she was gliding rather than walking. I kept glancing down at her feet, expecting to see them hovering above the ground, but they touched the pavement. The weird thing was, I couldn't hear her footsteps at all. The street was busy with traffic noise, but I could hear the footsteps of the businessman next to me, the click of a woman's heels ahead, but nothing from her. When we reached the other side, she turned right while I needed to go straight. I stopped and watched her walk away, feeling this bizarre pull to follow her. Part of me wanted to run after her and ask who she was, what she wanted, why she'd approached me. But a stronger part, the survival instinct, I guess, kept me rooted in place until she disappeared around the corner. I ran the rest of the way home and burst through the door, startling my babysitter who was waiting for me. I tried to tell her what happened, but I was crying so hard she couldn't understand me. By the time my mom got home, I'd calmed down enough to explain, but even then, the details sounded crazy coming out of my mouth. Mom called the police, thinking some strange woman had tried to abduct me, but when they asked for a description of the coat, I couldn't explain it properly. It wasn't like any coat you'd see in stores. The officer clearly thought I was exaggerating or confused. For weeks afterward, I refused to walk home alone. I had nightmares about those eyes, about that voice in my head asking about my parents. What would have happened if I'd answered? What did she want with that information? Every time I passed that intersection, my heart would race, and I'd scan the crowd, both terrified and strangely hoping to see her again. The incident faded as I grew older, becoming just a weird childhood memory that I occasionally thought about. But something strange started happening when I hit my 20s, during particularly low points in my life, like when my dad died, or when I went through a terrible breakup in college, or when I lost my job during the recession. I'd feel this connection to her again. Not like she was physically present, but like the memory of her was suddenly fresh and vivid, carrying this strange longing with it. During my darkest moments, I'd find myself wanting to see her again, as if she might have answers or comfort to offer. It's like part of me believed she had appeared at that intersection for a reason, that she'd chosen me specifically, and that I'd missed some important message by being too afraid to respond. I've told this story to very few people. My college roommate said maybe she was death, coming to ask if my parents' time was up, and I'd inadvertently saved them by not answering. My ex-girlfriend, who was into New Age stuff, insisted she was my guardian angel, appearing at a formative moment to establish a connection she could use to guide me later in life. A therapist I saw briefly suggested it was just a regular woman whose appearance my childhood imagination had distorted into something supernatural. None of these explanations ever felt right to me. The thing is, I'm a rational person. I work in software development. I don't believe in ghosts or angels or anything supernatural. But I also know what I experienced that day wasn't normal. It wasn't just a strange woman talking to a kid. The way others ignored her, the voice in my head, Those ancient eyes in a young face. It was something else entirely. Last year, I moved back to Meridian after being away for almost 15 years. The city has changed a lot. New buildings, different stores, more traffic. But that intersection is still there. The first time I drove through it, I felt that same heaviness in the air, that same prickling sensation on my skin that I'd felt as a child. I've walked through that crosswalk dozens of times since moving back, always scanning the faces in the crowd, always feeling a mixture of dread and anticipation. 3 months ago, during a particularly stressful week at work, I dreamt about her for the first time in years. In the dream, we were at that same intersection, but we were alone. No cars, no pedestrians, just us. She asked her question again. "Who are your parents?" This time I answered, telling her their names. She smiled that same smile that didn't reach her eyes and said, "I'll see you soon." I woke up in a cold sweat at 3 in the morning. 2 weeks after that dream, my mom called to tell me she'd been diagnosed with cancer. It's advanced, and the prognosis isn't good. I can't help wondering if there's a connection, if that dream was some kind of warning or premonition. The rational part of my brain says it's just coincidence, that stress can cause weird dreams, that there's no link between a strange encounter from my childhood and my mother's illness. But sometimes, when I'm sitting in the hospital while my mum gets her treatments, I find myself looking at the doorway, half expecting to see a woman in a long brown coat walking in. I've even caught myself rehearsing my answer to her question, as if our unfinished business from 23 years ago is about to resume. I still don't know who or what she was. I don't know why she appeared to me that day, or why the memory of her surfaces during the hardest moments of my life. All I know is that the encounter changed me in ways I'm still discovering. And despite everything, despite the fear and the confusion, there's a part of me that hopes I'll see her again, that I'll get the chance to ask her who she is and why she chose me. But another part of me hopes I never find out, because some questions once answered can never be unheard, and I'm not sure I'm ready for whatever truth she might reveal. Story 11. I still have nightmares about what happened that summer in Harbour Point. It's been over 20 years, but I can still feel the heavy humidity of that July afternoon, smell the salt air mixed with pine, and hear that door slamming shut. I've never told this story online before, but after all these years of therapy and medication, I think I'm finally ready. For context, I grew up with what doctors called perceptual disturbances. That's the polite way of saying I sometimes saw and heard things that weren't there. Started when I was around 8. Shadows moving wrong, whispers from empty rooms, that kind of thing. By 14, I was on meds that mostly worked, and my parents had me convinced I was just imaginative. But deep down, I knew there was something wrong with me. That summer of '99, my family was staying at my great-grandfather's property on the Maine coast. The place was massive. The main house sat on a cliff overlooking the ocean, but behind it stretched about 80 acres of dense forest that had been in our family for generations. My cousins Matt and Drew were visiting too. They were 15 and 16, and I desperately wanted them to think I was cool. It was the 3rd week of July when it happened. The adults were having some dinner party at the main house, so us 3 teenagers decided to escape into the woods. I knew those woods pretty well from previous summers, and I wanted to show my cousins the hunting stands my great-grandfather had built. We headed out around 4 in the afternoon. The air was thick and storm clouds were gathering, but we didn't care. Drew had brought his portable CD player, and we were arguing about whether Limp Bizkit would still be relevant in 5 years. Matt said yes. Drew and I thought they'd disappear. It was normal teenage bullshit, you know. I remember feeling so normal, just a kid hanging out with his cooler cousins. The first weird thing happened about 20 minutes into our hike. We reached this massive oak tree where one of the hunting stands was supposed to be. I remembered it clearly from the previous summer. A wooden platform about 15 feet up with a small ladder nailed to the trunk, but it wasn't where it should be. "I swear it was on this tree," I said, circling the oak. Matt pointed to another tree about 30 yards away. "It's over there, dumbass." And it was. Same hunting stand, different tree. A tree that made no sense for hunting because it faced the wrong direction, toward the thickest part of the forest, rather than overlooking the natural clearing where deer would feed. "That's not right," I said, feeling that familiar tightness in my chest. The feeling I got when I couldn't trust my own memories. Drew laughed. "Whatever, Jake. You're just turned around." I tried to laugh it off, but something felt wrong. The stand wasn't just in the wrong place. It looked older somehow, the wood grayer and more weathered than I remembered from just a year ago. We kept walking deeper into the woods. The sun was getting lower, filtering through the trees in hazy beams that made dust particles dance in the air. We reached this little stream where we stopped to rest on some rocks. Drew started talking about how Radiohead would be the band of the next decade, and Matt was arguing for Korn. I was just sitting there half listening when I heard it. A door, opening and then slamming, shut. The sound echoed through the trees, clear as day. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. They both went quiet, and then Matt nodded slowly. "Yeah, sounded like a door." Drew stood up. "Probably just someone at the campgrounds on the other side of the forest." But I knew it wasn't. The sound came from the direction of my great-great-grandfather's old cabin, a place my Uncle Jerry had warned me about just the day before. See, the cabin wasn't on any property maps. It was this small one-room structure built in the 1880s that my great-great-grandfather used for wood-cutting and butchering game. Uncle Jerry had taken me aside after breakfast yesterday and told me that if I ever heard noises near that cabin, like a door shutting or glass breaking, I should get the hell out of there. "Why?" I'd asked. "Because someone might hand you your heart," he'd said, in that weird, cryptic way adults talk when they don't want to explain something to a kid. I figured he was just trying to scare me away from a dangerous old building. But now, hearing that door slam, his warning felt different. "There's an old cabin over there," I said, pointing toward the sound. "My uncle told me to stay away from it." "Then let's definitely check it out," Drew said with a grin. Matt high-fived him. I didn't want to seem scared, so I nodded and led the way. We walked maybe another 5 minutes when the door slammed again. This time Matt and Drew exchanged a look. "You know what? It's getting late," Matt said suddenly. "Mom will kill us if we're not back for dinner." Drew nodded quickly. "Yeah, and it looks like it might rain." I could tell they were spooked, but I had this overwhelming need to prove I wasn't crazy, that the sound was real and there was a logical explanation. Plus, if I was honest, I was curious, maybe dangerously curious. "You guys go back," I said, trying to sound brave. "I just want to see what it is. I'll catch up." They hesitated for about 2 seconds before agreeing. "Don't take too long," Drew called over his shoulder as they started walking back. "And don't blame us if you get murdered by some psycho." I watched them leave, already regretting my decision, but too stubborn to change my mind. The cabin was just ahead. I could see its dark shape through the trees. It wasn't much to look at. Maybe 15 by 15 feet, made of old logs that had turned almost black with age, a slanted roof covered in moss, and one small window beside the door. As I got closer, I heard something else. Crying. A woman crying. It wasn't loud, but in the stillness of the forest, it carried. It wasn't a child's cry or an old person's, just a woman, sobbing quietly and steadily. My first thought was that someone was hurt. Maybe a hiker had found the cabin and taken shelter there. I approached slowly, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. The crying continued. I reached the single window and peered inside. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dimness. What I saw will haunt me until the day I die. A woman was standing in the middle of the cabin. She wore a long, dark dress that looked old-fashioned, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. She was facing away from me, but I could see she was holding something that caught what little light filtered through the dirty window. A knife, long and curved like the one my grandfather used for gutting fish. As I watched, frozen in horror, she raised the knife and plunged it into her own stomach, again and again and again. But there was no blood, none at all. Each time the knife entered her body, she let out a soft sob, but kept murmuring something I couldn't quite hear. I should have run. Every instinct told me to get the hell out of there. But instead, I moved to the door. Someone was hurting themselves. Hallucination or not, I couldn't just leave. I pushed the door open. It creaked loudly on rusty hinges. "Hello?" I called out, my voice small and shaking. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" The cabin was empty, completely empty. No woman, no knife, nothing but bare wooden floors and walls, a small stone fireplace, and a rickety table pushed against the far wall. There wasn't even dust on the floor. It was clean, too clean, like someone had just swept it. Clean as an abandoned place no one even knew existed should never be. I backed out slowly, my breath coming in short gasps. The door slammed shut behind me, making me jump and yelp. I turned and ran, faster than I've ever run in my life, branches whipping at my face and arms. I caught up to Matt and Drew about halfway back to the house. They were walking slowly, kicking stones along the path. "Guys," I gasped, doubling over to catch my breath. "There was a woman in the cabin. She was stabbing herself. But when I went inside, there was nothing there." Matt looked at Drew, then back at me. "Dude, is this one of your, episodes?" "No," I insisted. "I know what I saw. And you guys heard the door too, remember?" They got quiet then. Drew finally spoke. "Yeah, we did hear something both times." My blood went cold. "Both times?" "Yeah," Matt said slowly. "We heard it slam when you were looking in the window, and then again when you went inside. That's why we were walking so slow. We were freaked out and waiting for you." That's when I knew. This wasn't one of my hallucinations. They had heard the same things I did. The door had opened and closed twice, once before I arrived and once when I left. But I hadn't opened it the first time, and no one else was there. We made it back to the house just as the rain started. No one mentioned the cabin at dinner. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep that night. I kept seeing the woman with the knife, hearing her soft sobs and unintelligible murmurs. 2 days later, I worked up the courage to ask Uncle Jerry about the cabin again. He got this strange look on his face. "Your great-great-grandmother died in that cabin," he said, quietly. "No one likes to talk about it. She took her own life after losing 3 children to influenza in 1918. Used your great-great-grandfather's hunting knife. They say she kept apologizing to her dead children as she did it. I never went back to that cabin. My parents sold the property 5 years later after my great-grandfather passed away. I've been in therapy ever since, trying to separate my real experiences from my hallucinations. But I know what happened that day was real. The woman I saw was my own flesh and blood, reliving her final moments in an endless loop of grief and pain. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can still hear that door slamming shut, over and over and over again. Story 12. I still get goosebumps whenever I think about what happened at my grandmother's sister's house in Fernwood last summer. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 times, but I can't explain it away. I don't usually share this with people because they either think I'm making it up or they get too freaked out, but I need to get this off my chest. My family had planned this reunion thing at my grandmother's sister's house, this massive old Victorian place that's been in our family for generations. Everyone always talks about how the place is haunted, but I'd always rolled my eyes at those stories. Typical family folklore, right? My cousins would tell me about music playing at midnight that wouldn't stop until someone physically went to turn it off, or how objects would move around when no one was looking. The usual haunted house stuff that I never believed. The moment we pulled into the long gravel driveway, something felt off. The house loomed over us, all 3 stories of it, with those typical Victorian ornate details that should have been charming, but instead made my skin crawl. The windows seemed to stare down at us as we unloaded our luggage from the car. I remember pausing, suitcase in hand, and looking up at one of the second-floor windows. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw someone looking down at me. But when I blinked, there was nothing there. "Elena, come help with these bags," my mom called, breaking my trance. I shook off the weird feeling and headed inside. The interior of the house wasn't any better. High ceilings, creaky floorboards, antique furniture that seemed to hold memories I couldn't access. From the moment I stepped inside, I felt watched, not in a threatening way at first, more like curious eyes following me around. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was never anyone there. We were staying for a long weekend, Thursday through Sunday. The first couple of nights were uncomfortable but bearable. I'd wake up at odd hours feeling like someone was in the room with me, but I'd chalk it up to being in an unfamiliar place. During the day, the feeling of being watched would intensify in certain rooms, especially the upstairs study and the formal dining room. I'd find myself avoiding those spaces without really knowing why. By Saturday, our last night there, the sleeping arrangements had gotten ridiculous. The house was big, but with all the extended family there, we were crammed in like sardines. I ended up in a bedroom with 2 of my uncles and an aunt. My parents and grandmother were in another room, and my mum's cousin Vanessa was supposed to be sharing our room too. But she'd gone to some party with her local friends and wouldn't be back until around midnight. I was pissed about the arrangement. My uncles snore like chainsaws, and my aunt talks in her sleep. Plus, the air in that room felt especially heavy, like someone had cranked up the humidity to 100%. I couldn't breathe right. The window was open, but no breeze came through. I kept texting Vanessa, telling her to bring back some fast food since I was starving and couldn't sleep. She kept saying almost done and leaving soon, but hours passed. It was around 1 in the morning when I finally gave up on her bringing food and tried to sleep. I was lying on the edge of a twin bed, as far from my aunt as possible, trying to drown out the snoring with my earbuds. The floorboards in that house creaked with every temperature change, and the wind outside made the windows rattle. Normal old house noises, I kept telling myself. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I remember is jerking awake to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate footsteps. My first thought was, finally, Vanessa's back. I checked my phone. It was 3:16 in the morning. No new messages. The footsteps stopped right outside our door. There was a pause, and then the door handle turned slowly. The hinges creaked as the door opened just enough for someone to slip through. In the dim moonlight filtering through the curtains, I could make out a silhouette, a woman with long dark hair, wearing what looked like a nightgown or a long dress. "Vanessa," I whispered, not wanting to wake everyone up. The figure didn't answer. She just stood there for a moment, then slowly walked toward my bed. I figured she was drunk, or just super tired, so I scooted over a bit more to make room, though I was practically hanging off the edge already. Without saying a word, the woman slipped into the bed beside me. Her body was cold, not like normal cold, but like she'd been outside in winter without a coat. I remember thinking it was weird that she was so cold on a summer night, but I was too tired to care much. "Did you bring food?" I whispered. No answer, just steady breathing beside me. I was annoyed, but figured she'd passed out instantly. Whatever. I'd give her hell in the morning. The weird thing is, I actually fell back asleep, despite the uncomfortable position, despite the cold body next to me, despite all the snoring. I slept. But it wasn't a restful sleep. I had dreams of being underwater, of something pulling me down deeper and deeper. In my dream, I kept trying to look at who was pulling me, but their face was always just out of view. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the window and the sound of my family already up and moving around. The spot next to me was empty, but the sheets were rumpled. I sat up, feeling groggy and disoriented. My neck was stiff from being in such an awkward position all night. I trudged to the kitchen where everyone was having breakfast. Vanessa was sitting at the table, scrolling through her phone and drinking coffee. "Thanks for the food last night," I said sarcastically, pouring myself some coffee. "And thanks for squishing me against the wall. I nearly fell off the bed." Vanessa looked up, confused. "What are you talking about?" "Last night. You came in super late and crashed in my bed without saying a word. You didn't even bring food like I asked." She put her phone down. "Elena, I didn't come home last night. I crashed at my friend Tanya's place. I just got back like 20 minutes ago." I laughed, thinking she was messing with me. "Yeah, right. Then who got into bed with me at 3 in the morning?" The kitchen got quiet. My mom looked concerned. "Elena, what do you mean someone got into bed with you?" "Vanessa did. She came in late, didn't say anything, and just got into bed. She was freezing cold, too." I looked around at their faces, a sinking feeling growing in my stomach. "Right, Vanessa?" Vanessa shook her head. "I swear I wasn't here. I got too drunk and stayed at Tanya's. Ask her if you don't believe me." She held up her phone. "I can call her right now." My Uncle John, who had been in the room with me, cleared his throat. "Elena, nobody came into our room last night. I'm a light sleeper. I would have heard the door." "But you were snoring all night," I protested. "I always wake up when the door opens," he insisted. "It's an old habit from when the kids were little." My aunt nodded in agreement. "I didn't hear anyone come in either, and I was sleeping right next to you." I felt sick. "But someone came in. I saw her. She had long dark hair and was wearing a nightgown or something. She got into bed with me." My grandmother, who had been quietly sipping her tea, put her cup down with a shaking hand. "What did you say she looked like again?" "Long dark hair, wearing a white nightgown. I thought it was Vanessa." My grandmother exchanged glances with her sister. "None of us have long dark hair," my grandmother's sister said quietly. It was true. Vanessa had a short bob, my mom and aunt had shoulder-length hair, and my grandmother and her sister both had grey hair they kept in tight perms. "Maybe it was just a dream," my mom suggested, but her voice wavered. I knew it wasn't a dream. I knew what I'd seen, what I'd felt. "I'm going to check something," I said, getting up from the table. I went back to the bedroom and looked at the bed. The sheets were rumpled on both sides, just as I remembered, and there, on the pillow where the woman had laid her head, was a single strand of long black hair. I picked it up with trembling fingers. It was at least 10 inches long, jet black, and coarser than normal hair. I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. When I brought the hair back to the kitchen to show everyone, my grandmother's sister went pale. "There's something I should have told you all before you came," she said slowly. "This house, there have been stories. A woman in white who appears at night. The previous owners mentioned her before they sold me the house, but I never saw her myself, so I thought they were just trying to explain away their decision to sell." "Are you kidding me?" I nearly shouted. "You knew this place was haunted for real and you didn't warn us." "I didn't think it was real," she defended herself. "People always make up stories about old houses." We left Fernwood that day, cutting our trip a day short. Nobody argued when I said I couldn't spend another night there. As we drove away, I kept looking back at the house, at those watching windows. I swear I saw a figure in one of them, a woman with long dark hair, standing perfectly still. I still have nightmares about that night, about the cold body next to mine, the silent presence breathing in the darkness. I've tried to convince myself it was just a vivid dream, that I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember the strand of hair I found on the pillow, a hair I kept as proof, sealed in a small envelope in my desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still feel that cold presence beside me. And in those moments, between wakefulness and sleep, I swear I can hear breathing that isn't mine. Story 13. I never thought I'd be sharing this. Honestly, I've spent most of my life keeping my experiences to myself because, well, who would believe me anyway? When you're diagnosed with bipolar disorder type 2, people tend to dismiss anything unusual you report as just another episode or the meds need adjusting. But what happened in that house was different. I'm still trying to make sense of it. For context, I've been seeing shadow people since I was a teenager. They usually appear in my peripheral vision, dark, human-shaped blobs that vanish when I turn to look directly at them. My psychiatrist explained they're fairly common visual hallucinations associated with my condition. Over the years, I've gotten so used to them that I barely react anymore. They're just there, like an annoying glitch in my vision that comes and goes. When I moved to Blackwood Creek 3 years ago, I was looking for a fresh start. The rent on this old Victorian house was surprisingly affordable, especially considering its size and character. The landlord mentioned it was about 90 years old and needed some TLC, but it had good bones. What he failed to emphasize was that it was literally a 5-minute walk from Oak Ridge Cemetery. Not that it would have mattered to me then. I've never been superstitious. The first few weeks were uneventful. I was busy unpacking, arranging furniture and settling into my new job at the local library. The shadow people made their usual appearances, but nothing out of the ordinary. Then, about a month after moving in, I had my first encounter with her. I was half asleep in bed, drifting in that hazy state between wakefulness and dreams, when I felt a distinctive change in the air, like a drop in temperature or a shift in pressure. My eyes fluttered open, and there she was, standing in my bedroom doorway, an elderly woman, heavy-set, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned house dress. She wasn't shadowy or translucent like my usual hallucinations. She looked solid, real, with distinct features, grey hair pulled back in a bun, a round face with deep-set eyes, and hands clasped in front of her. Our eyes met for what felt like forever, but was probably just seconds. Then she simply faded away. Not like someone walking away, but like an image gradually losing opacity until there was nothing left. I sat up, heart racing, and turned on the bedside lamp. The doorway was empty. I convinced myself it was just another hallucination, perhaps more vivid because I was half asleep. I took an extra dose of my medication and eventually fell back asleep. Over the next year, I saw her about once or twice a month. Always the same woman, always with the same appearance. Sometimes she'd be at the end of the hallway, sometimes peering from the kitchen doorway, sometimes standing at the foot of the stairs. Unlike my regular shadow people, who appeared randomly and looked different each time, this was consistently the same figure. I mentioned it to my psychiatrist during one of our sessions, and he suggested it might be a recurring hallucination triggered by the stress of moving and the new environment. He adjusted my medications slightly, but the sightings continued. I started doing little tests. When I'd see her, I'd blink hard or shake my head, and sometimes she'd disappear, confirming it was probably just in my head. Other times, she'd remain until I approached her, then vanish as I got close. I grew almost comfortable with her presence, like she was just another symptom I had to manage. Then came that morning in October. I had an early shift at the library, so I was up before dawn. It was around 5 in the morning, still dark outside, and the house was silent except for the occasional creaking of old wood settling. I had just finished showering and was feeling groggy but refreshed. The bathroom was steamy and water dripped from my hair onto my shoulders as I wrapped a towel around my waist. I opened the bathroom door, stepping into the hallway, and there she was, Not at a distance like usual, but right in front of me, so close I could see the pattern on her dress, tiny blue flowers faded with age. So close I could see the wrinkles around her eyes, the loose skin under her chin, the few stray hairs that had escaped her tight bun. We both seemed equally startled. Her eyes widened, her mouth opened slightly, and then she turned and moved quickly down the hallway toward my bedroom. I stood frozen for a moment, my brain struggling to process what was happening. This wasn't like my usual encounters with her. There was something different, something more present about her this time. Without thinking, I followed her. "Wait!" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty hallway. She moved surprisingly fast for an elderly woman, almost at a run. And then it happened. As she turned the corner into my bedroom, I reached out, intending to grab her arm or shoulder, not aggressively, just to confirm she was really there. But instead of my hand passing through empty air as I expected, my shoulder collided with hers. I felt it, the solid impact of body against body, the give of flesh, the brief warmth of another person. We both stumbled from the collision. I caught myself against the wall, but she continued into my bedroom. By the time I regained my balance and followed, my bedroom was empty. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. Nowhere a person could hide. I sat on the edge of my bed, shaking uncontrollably. My towel had come loose in the chaos, and I was dripping water onto the hardwood floor. But I couldn't bring myself to move. What had just happened? Had I actually made physical contact with a hallucination? Was that even possible? The rational part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Maybe my condition was worsening, creating hallucinations so vivid they included tactile sensations. Maybe I had bumped into a piece of furniture and my mind had filled in the blanks. Maybe I was still half asleep and dreaming the whole thing. But I knew what I had felt. The collision was real. The woman was solid. I called in sick to work that day. I couldn't focus, couldn't stop replaying the encounter in my mind. I spent hours researching online, looking up information about tactile hallucinations, about the history of my house, about Oak Ridge Cemetery. I found out my house had been built in the 1930s by a local doctor and his wife. They'd lived there until the 1970s, when the doctor died. His wife, Eleanor, continued living in the house alone for another decade before she passed away. There was a single black and white photograph of them on the Historical Society's website. And though the quality was poor, I could see that Eleanor had been a heavy-set woman with her hair pulled back. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every shadow had me on edge. Around 3 in the morning, I finally dozed off from exhaustion, only to be awakened an hour later by the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Slow, shuffling steps, moving back and forth like someone pacing. I lay perfectly still, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would burst from my chest. The footsteps stopped outside my door. Then, slowly, my doorknob turned and the door opened a few inches. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just stared at that partially open door, waiting. Nothing happened for what felt like an eternity. Then the door slowly closed again, the latch clicking softly. The footsteps resumed, moving away down the hallway, then down the stairs. When morning finally came, I called my psychiatrist and got an emergency appointment. I told him everything, expecting him to increase my medication or maybe even suggest hospitalization. Instead, he listened thoughtfully and asked if I had ever experienced tactile hallucinations before. I hadn't. He seemed concerned, but not alarmed, suggesting we monitor the situation before making any drastic changes to my treatment. I went back to the house that evening, but I didn't stay alone. I asked my sister to come over, not telling her the real reason why, just saying I was feeling a bit down and could use the company. She stayed for dinner and was planning to leave around 9. But I convinced her to stay overnight. Nothing happened while she was there. No sightings, no sounds, no elderly woman. I almost started to doubt myself again. The next morning, after my sister left for work, I decided to go into the attic. I'd never fully explored it before, just used it for storing a few boxes. It was dusty and cramped, with exposed beams and ancient insulation. As I moved deeper into the space, my flashlight beam caught something in the corner, an old trunk. It wasn't locked. Inside were clothes, yellowed photographs, letters tied with ribbon, and a small jewelry box. The clothes were women's dresses from decades ago, including one with a pattern of tiny blue flowers, exactly like the one the elderly woman had been wearing. I sat back on my heels, a chill running through me despite the attic's stuffiness. These were Eleanor's things, left behind after she died, forgotten in the attic for decades. As I was about to close the trunk, something caught my eye, a journal with a faded leather cover. I hesitated, feeling like I was invading someone's privacy, but my curiosity won out. I opened it to a random page and read, October 12th, 1979. I saw a young man in the upstairs hallway today. He looked as startled to see me as I was to see him. When I approached, he vanished. I'm beginning to wonder if this house is playing tricks on my aging mind, or if perhaps Robert is trying to reach me from beyond. I flipped through more pages, my hands trembling. Entry after entry described Eleanor's sightings of people in the house, people who shouldn't have been there, who disappeared when she got close. She thought she was losing her mind. She thought she was seeing ghosts, just like me. I've been living with this realization for months now, trying to make sense of it all. Am I hallucinating because of my condition? Or is this house somehow connecting different times, different people? Am I seeing Eleanor from the past while she saw me from her future? I haven't moved out. I can't explain why exactly, except that I'm not afraid of her anymore. Sometimes I still see her, usually at a distance. Sometimes I hear the footsteps at night. Once, I even found one of my books moved from where I left it to the armchair by the window, her favorite spot, according to her journal. The collision in the hallway never happened again. But I'm left wondering what's real and what isn't. Is my mind creating increasingly convincing hallucinations, or have I stumbled into something that defies explanation, where the line between mental illness and the supernatural blurs? I don't expect anyone to believe me. Most days, I'm not sure I believe it myself, but I know what I felt that morning, the solid impact of another person. And sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and I'm sitting in the living room reading, I'll get a whiff of lavender perfume, and I'll know Eleanor is there, perhaps wondering the exact same things about me. Story 14. I never wanted to share this online, but it's getting worse, and I'm honestly freaking out. My family thinks I'm overreacting, but I swear something is living in my grandmother's basement in Oak Ridge, and it's been there since I was little. It started when I was 6. My grandparents bought this old 2-story house after my grandfather retired. Everyone loved it. Big backyard, nice neighborhood, plenty of room for family gatherings. Everyone except me. From the first day, I felt something was off about the basement. I remember going down there with my mom to help unpack some boxes. The moment my foot hit that bottom step, I felt this pressure, like someone was standing behind me watching, like the air got thicker, harder to breathe. I turned around, expecting to see someone, but there was just empty space. My mom didn't notice anything weird. No one did. When I was 10, my grandfather had a stroke. It was bad. He couldn't do stairs anymore, so they sold the house and moved to a single-level place across town. I was relieved, thinking whatever was in that basement would be someone else's problem. But then my aunt bought the house from them. She wanted to keep it in the family, said it was a great investment. For a while, I didn't have to go there much, just holidays and occasional visits. But when I was 12, my aunt lost her job, and my cousin Emma needed to change schools. My parents offered to let them stay with us, but our house was too small. Instead, we moved in with them temporarily. That meant I was stuck in that house, with that basement. My aunt used the basement as a storage area and laundry room, so there was no avoiding it. I'd have to go down there to get board games, help with laundry, or grab holiday decorations. Every time, that same feeling would wash over me, like something was watching, waiting. I'd rush up the stairs as fast as I could, heart pounding. The worst part, no one believed me. They'd laugh and say I was being dramatic or that old houses just feel creepy. My cousin Emma is 4 years younger than me, and even she thought I was being a baby about it. Fast forward to when I was 16. This happened just last year, and I still get chills thinking about it. My grandmother asked me to house sit while they went on a weekend trip to visit my aunt, who had moved out of the old house by then, but kept it as a rental property. My boyfriend Jake came over to keep me company. We were watching movies in the living room when we heard this massive crash from somewhere in the house. Jake jumped up immediately. "What the hell was that?" I felt my stomach drop. "I don't know." We checked the kitchen first. Nothing. All the windows were closed and locked. Nothing had fallen over. We checked every room upstairs. Same thing. Everything was exactly as it should be. "Maybe it came from outside," Jake suggested, but I knew better. "We need to check the basement," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Jake gave me this look like I was overreacting, but he didn't understand. He hadn't grown up feeling what I had felt in that house. I flipped on the basement light, and we slowly walked down the stairs. The feeling hit me immediately, that heaviness, that presence. I could feel goosebumps rising on my arms. Jake didn't seem to notice anything unusual, which made me feel even crazier. The basement looked normal at first glance. Same old washing machine, same shelves of random junk, same boxes of holiday decorations. But then I saw it. A box of my grandparents' old VHS tapes had been thrown off a shelf. The tapes were scattered all over the floor, some as far as 10 feet from where they should have been. "That's weird," Jake said, picking up one of the tapes. "How could these have fallen like this? They're everywhere." I didn't answer. I was staring at the empty space above us because I swear I could feel something looking back at me. "Let's go back upstairs," I whispered. Jake started gathering the tapes, but I grabbed his arm. "Leave them, please." He must have seen the fear in my eyes because he nodded and followed me up. We spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, barely talking. He tried to rationalize it. Maybe the box was precariously balanced. Maybe there was some kind of vibration from a passing truck. But we both knew those explanations didn't make sense. Those tapes had been violently thrown, not just fallen. A few months later, my grandmother called and asked if I could go over and find her Christmas decorations in the basement. I almost said no, but I felt guilty. She's in her 70s and can't do stairs well anymore. This is where things got really messed up. I remember driving to her house, unlocking the door and heading toward the basement. I remember the feeling of dread as I put my hand on the doorknob. And then, nothing. Nothing until I found myself sitting on the basement floor, my phone in my hand, a weird app open that I'd never seen before. It was a spirit box app. You know, those things that supposedly let you communicate with ghosts? I have no memory of downloading it, no memory of sitting down. I had lost almost 40 minutes, just gone from my memory. The app was making this awful static noise, and words were occasionally flashing on the screen. I was too freaked out to really register what they said. I just remember one. Finally. I deleted the app immediately, grabbed the Christmas boxes, and got the hell out of there. I told myself I was just tired, that I must have spaced out or something. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. Something had, I don't know, taken over, guided me. The thought makes me sick. Last month, 2 of my friends, Zoe and Megan, came to visit. Zoe's super into paranormal stuff, and Megan's the complete opposite. Total skeptic, thinks it's all bullshit. I told them about the basement, and of course, they wanted to see it. I shouldn't have agreed, but part of me wanted validation. I wanted someone else to feel what I'd been feeling all these years. We went down together, me leading the way. The moment we reached the bottom step, Zoe grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. "Holy shit," she whispered. "I feel it, like someone sitting on my chest." I nodded, relieved that someone finally understood. But what really got to me was Megan's reaction. She's never believed in anything supernatural, always has a rational explanation. But that day, I watched her face go pale. She didn't say anything, just stood there, her eyes darting around the empty space. "Let's go," she said after less than a minute. "Now." We left, and once we were back in my car, Megan finally spoke. "That was wrong. Something felt wrong down there." She called me the next day, which was unusual. We normally just text. She sounded exhausted and told me she'd had nightmares all night about being trapped in the basement while something with no face stood in the corner watching her. She made me promise never to ask her to go back there, so here's why I'm finally sharing this. My aunt lost her rental lease on the old house, and she and my cousin Emma are moving back in next week. Emma's only 12 now, the same age I was when we lived there before, and my grandparents still go over there all the time to visit. My grandfather's health has gotten worse. He uses a walker now and can't move quickly. I'm terrified that whatever's in that basement is getting stronger or more aggressive. The incidents are escalating from just a feeling to objects moving to whatever happened with that app. What if it hurts them? What if it does to Emma what it did to me with that app? I've tried telling my family again, but they still think I'm being dramatic. My aunt actually laughed and said, "If there was a ghost, don't you think I would have noticed it when I lived there? I don't know what to do. I can't make them believe me, and I can't force them not to move in. But I know what I've experienced. I know what my friends felt." The worst part is, I keep having this feeling that whatever's down there has been waiting for Emma to come back. Like it's been patient all these years, and now it's excited. That thought keeps me up at night. I'm sorry if this seems all over the place. I'm writing this from my car, parked outside their house. I told my parents I was going to the mall, but I had to come here. I don't know why. I just feel drawn to it, even though it terrifies me. I can see the basement window from here. For a second, I thought I saw something move behind the glass, but that's impossible. No one's home yet. I should go. I shouldn't be here. But part of me feels like I need to protect them somehow, warn them. I just don't know how. Whatever's in that basement has been waiting for 10 years, and I think it's done waiting. Story 15. I've been debating whether to even write this down. Part of me thinks putting it into words might make it stronger somehow. But I need someone to know what happened to us, in case I'm not around much longer. I was 22 when it happened, working security at San Antonio Memorial Hospital, level 3 security officer. Nothing fancy, but I was proud of the job. Before all this, I was planning to apply for the police academy next year. Now I don't know if I'll make it that long. It was a Thursday in July, middle of summer, Texas heat making the air feel like soup. I'd been at the hospital for about 8 months, mostly handling routine stuff, escorting staff to their cars late at night, dealing with the occasional belligerent visitor, watching monitors, standard security work. That morning started normal. I clocked in at 7, grabbed coffee from the break room, chatted with Diane at reception. Then Agent Yamamoto called me into his office around 9. I always had respect for Yamamoto, former Secret Service, this stern Japanese-American guy with perfect posture and eyes that missed nothing. He ran security like a military operation, which most of us appreciated. "Mendoza, you free this afternoon?" he asked, not looking up from his computer. "Yes, sir," I replied, standing straighter like I always did around him. "Good! We're doing a walkthrough of the old West Wing at 2. You'll join me, Jackson and Rodriguez." I tried not to look too excited. The West Wing had been abandoned for almost 6 years. Budget cuts meant they consolidated operations to the newer facilities. We weren't supposed to go in there, and I'd been curious about it since I started. Jackson and Rodriguez were the other guys on the team that day. Both ex-Marines, both intimidating as hell. Jackson was this huge black guy, built like a linebacker, always serious. Rodriguez was Puerto Rican, shorter, but somehow even more intense. They mostly kept to themselves, but they were professional and good at their jobs. At lunch, I mentioned the walkthrough to my buddy Chris from IT. "Dude, that place is creepy as hell," he said, lowering his voice. "My cousin's friend was part of the crew that shut it down. Said they heard stuff in there at night, voices and shit." I laughed it off. "Every abandoned building has ghost stories," I said, but I remember feeling a little chill even as I dismissed it. At 2 o'clock sharp, we met at the entrance to the West Wing. Yamamoto had the keys and a flashlight, though we wouldn't need it yet. Emergency lighting still worked in parts of the building. "This is just a standard assessment," Yamamoto explained. "Administration wants to know the condition before they decide whether to renovate or demolish. We're checking for structural issues, squatters, that kind of thing." The door creaked when he pushed it open, and the smell hit me immediately. That musty, stale air smell you get in places that have been closed up too long. Dust everywhere. The lobby was dim, with just enough light filtering through dirty windows to see. "Stay together," Yamamoto instructed. "We'll go floor by floor." The first 2 floors were uneventful. Just abandoned offices, old waiting rooms with chairs still arranged in rows. Medical equipment too outdated to bother moving. The whole place had this sad feeling, like we were walking through a time capsule. You could almost feel the echoes of busy days, patients being wheeled through corridors, doctors rushing to emergencies. Things changed when we got to the 3rd floor, the ICU. The emergency lighting was spotty here, creating pools of dim yellow light with darkness between them. The layout was different from the floors below. 3 parallel hallways connected by shorter corridors, like a grid. "We'll split up to cover more ground," Yamamoto said. "Rodriguez and I will take the center hall. Jackson and Mendoza take the left." I remember thinking it was a bad idea, but I wasn't about to question Yamamoto in front of the ex-Marines. So Jackson and I headed down the left hallway, checking rooms as we went. Patient rooms mostly, stripped of beds and equipment, just empty shells. We'd gone maybe halfway down when we heard Rodriguez call out, "Hey, you guys need to see this!" His voice echoed weirdly in the empty space. Jackson and I backtracked to the connecting corridor and found Rodriguez standing at the entrance to a room in the center hallway. He was completely still, just staring at the doorway. "What's up?" Jackson asked, but Rodriguez didn't answer, just kept staring. That's when I noticed Yamamoto wasn't with him. "Where's Yamamoto?" I asked. Rodriguez didn't respond, didn't even seem to hear me. He was fixated on that doorway like nothing else existed. Jackson and I approached slowly. Something felt wrong. The air seemed heavier suddenly, colder. As I got closer to Rodriguez, I noticed he was trembling slightly. His hand was on his sidearm. "Rodriguez, man, what are you looking at?" I said, coming up beside him. He finally spoke, voice barely above a whisper. "Do you see it?" I turned to look at the doorway, and that's when everything went to hell. First, the smell hit me, rotting meat, so strong I gagged instantly. Then this overwhelming nausea, like my insides were trying to escape. And cold, bone-deep cold that had no business existing in a Texas summer. And there at the top of the doorway was something, peeking over the top edge, like someone hanging upside down from the ceiling inside the room. But wrong, so wrong. It had a face, sort of, but where the eyes should have been were just voids. Black, empty spaces that seemed to suck in the light around them. Its skin was grey and waxy-looking, stretched too tight over what might have been a human skull once. For 3 seconds, couldn't have been longer but felt like forever. We all just stood there, frozen. Then Rodriguez broke first, turning and running back toward the stairwell. Jackson was right behind him. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Those empty eye sockets seemed to be staring right into me, seeing things no one should be able to see. Then Yamamoto appeared from somewhere, grabbing my arm. "Move, Mendoza, now!" His voice snapped me out of it. We ran, and I made the mistake of looking back. The thing was no longer in the doorway. It was floating down the hallway after us. Not walking, not running, floating about 3 feet off the ground. And its mouth was open now, a black hole in that grey face, wider than any human mouth should be able to open. I don't remember much about getting out of the building, just fragments. Rodriguez at the stairwell door, screaming for us to hurry. Jackson taking the stairs 3 at a time. Yamamoto behind me, shoving me forward when I stumbled. The emergency exit. Alarm blaring as we burst out into the blinding Texas sun. We didn't talk about it. Not then. We all just stood in the parking lot, breathing hard, not looking at each other. Finally, Yamamoto spoke. "We complete the assessment tomorrow. Different section." Nobody argued. We went back to our posts, finished our shifts, went home. I didn't sleep that night. Kept seeing those black voids where eyes should be. The next day, Yamamoto filed a report recommending demolition of the West Wing due to extensive structural damage and health hazards from mold. We never mentioned what we saw, never went back in. 3 months later, they demolished the building. I thought it would be over then. I was wrong. 3 weeks after the demolition, Yamamoto killed himself, gun in his mouth in his apartment. No note. His neighbor found him when she noticed his newspaper piling up. A month after that, Jackson died. Accidental drowning is what they called it. He was found in his bathtub. The water was cold when they found him, and according to his girlfriend, Jackson was terrified of baths. Always took showers because of something that happened when he was deployed. Now it's just Rodriguez and me. We talk sometimes, late at night when neither of us can sleep. He sees it too. The thing from the doorway, in mirrors, in windows, in the corner of his eye. Always just for a second, then gone. Always watching with those empty eye sockets. I see it more often now. Last week I woke up to find it standing at the foot of my bed. Just standing there, floating slightly above the floor, watching me with those non-eyes. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It stayed for maybe 30 seconds, then drifted backward through my closed bedroom door. Rodriguez tried an exorcism. Got some priest from his mother's church to come to his apartment, bless the place, the whole deal. He said it only made things worse. Now it touches him sometimes. A cold hand on his shoulder when he's alone, fingers running. Through his hair while he's trying to sleep. I quit my job at the hospital last month. Couldn't stand being near the empty lot where the West Wing used to be. Got a security gig at a mall across town instead. Doesn't help. It's still finding me. 3 nights ago, I heard whispering in my room. A voice like dry leaves being crushed, speaking words I couldn't understand, but somehow knew were horrible. When I turned on the light, my bedroom walls were covered in what looked like black mold, spreading out in patterns that almost formed words. By morning, it was gone. Rodriguez hasn't answered his phone in 2 days. I drove by his place yesterday. His car was there, but no one came to the door when I knocked. I'm afraid to call the police, afraid of what they might find, afraid it might be my fault for bringing attention to him. I don't know what to do anymore. I've tried everything. Prayer, sage burning, salt lines at my doors and windows. Nothing works. It's getting closer, getting stronger. I can feel it watching me right now as I type this. I think my time is running out. Whatever this thing is, whatever it wants, I don't think I can escape it. I just needed someone to know what happened to us, what's still happening. If you're reading this and you work in a hospital, or any old building really, and someone invites you to explore an abandoned section, don't go. Some doors should stay closed. Some places should stay empty. I have to go now. I can smell rotting meat again. The lights in my apartment are flickering, and I swear I just saw something peek around the corner from my hallway, something with empty black spaces where its eyes should be. Story 16. I know I'm not supposed to be writing this. What's the point, right? No one's going to read it, but I need to get it out of my head before I go, just in case someone finds this someday, just in case there's still someone out there. It's been 4 months since everything went to hell. That's what Dad would have called it. Mum would have given him that look she always did when he swore around us. I miss that look. I'm sitting in this musty cellar in what used to be the Hendersons' house at the edge of the village. I chose it because it's far enough away from the center, but close enough to make supply runs. The Hendersons were nice people. Mr. Henderson taught me piano when I was 9. I don't know what happened to them. I hope they got away, but nobody really got away, did they? The Uglies, that's what I call them now, don't seem to notice this place. Maybe because it's partially hidden by overgrown hedges, or maybe because there's still that chemical smell from when Mr. Henderson used to do his gardening work down here. Whatever the reason, I'm grateful. I only go out at night. The Uglies are slower then, almost sluggish. During the day they seem more alert, more hungry. They still look like people, but they're not. Their skin is grayish, with these dark veins that spread across their faces like spider webs. Their eyes are the worst part. Cloudy, but somehow still alert, like there's something behind them watching you. Last night I had to make a run to the chemist's. I'm running low on antiseptic for my leg. The scratch is getting worse. It's not healing like it should. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I was born in this village, lived here my whole life. Everyone knew everyone. We had a small house near the school where Mum taught English. Dad worked at the post office. My sister Emma was 2 years younger than me. She had these freckles that she hated, but I always thought made her look like a painting. We were like a portrait of joy, Dad used to say. What a load of rubbish that turned out to be. There was this boy, Jonah. He lived 3 streets over. We weren't together or anything, but there was something there. He used to walk me home from school sometimes, carrying my books like in those old American films Mum loved. I thought we had time, you know, time to figure it all out. I saw him last week. He was shambling down the high street with a group of Uglies. His beautiful blue eyes were all clouded over, and there was dried blood all down his rugby team hoodie. I ducked behind a car and cried for 20 minutes. I couldn't move. I just kept thinking about how he'd promised to teach me to play guitar this summer. It all started on a Tuesday in late April. There had been strange reports on the news for weeks. Isolated incidents, they called them. Nothing to worry about. Just people going mad and attacking others. They blamed it on a new synthetic drug. Then it was a virus. Then they stopped giving explanations altogether. There's a research facility in the woods about 5 miles from here. All hush-hush government stuff. Everyone in the village knew about it, but no one talked about it. Sometimes we'd see men in suits driving through, or deliveries in unmarked vans late at night. I think that's where it started. I don't know what they were doing there, but whatever it was, it got out. The first Ugly I saw was Mrs. Winters from the bakery. I was walking home from school, and she was just standing in the middle of the road, completely still. As I got closer, I noticed she was shaking, like she was having some kind of fit. Her apron was covered in something dark. When she turned around, her face was wrong. Her eyes were filmed over, and her mouth was stretched in this horrible grimace. She lunged at me, and I ran. I just ran. I should have warned someone. Maybe things would have been different if I had. By evening, there were more of them. They moved through the village like a wave, converting more people as they went. The screams were the worst part. Not the screams of fear. Those were bad enough. But the screams of people changing, becoming Uglies. It's a sound I'll never forget, like their humanity was being ripped out through their throats. When they reached our house, Dad knew what to do. He'd been watching the news reports all day, had seen what was happening in other places. He barricaded the doors and windows, gathered us in the kitchen. "We're going to be okay," he kept saying. But I could see in his eyes he didn't believe it. They broke through around midnight. Mum and Dad, they charged at the first ones that came through the door, just threw themselves at them. I didn't understand at first. I thought they were fighting back, but they weren't. They were buying time. "Take your sister and run," Dad shouted at me. And we did. We ran out the back door and didn't look back. Emma wouldn't speak to me for days after. She just stared straight ahead, clutching this stupid little stuffed rabbit Dad had won for her at the village fair when she was 7. I kept trying to talk to her, to make plans, but she wouldn't respond. It was like she'd gone somewhere else in her head. We hid in the school for a while. It seemed safe enough, but the uglies found us there too. We barely escaped. Emma got bitten on her arm. I got scratched on my leg as we climbed through a broken window. At the time, I thought I was the lucky one. 3 days later, Emma started getting sick. Fever, chills, this horrible cough. I tried everything I could think of. I raided the chemists, gave her paracetamol, antibiotics I found, anything. Nothing worked. She got worse and worse. Her eyes started to cloud over. She knew what was happening. One night, she finally spoke to me. "You need to do it," she whispered, "before I become one of them." I couldn't. How could I? She was my baby sister, but in the morning she was gone. She'd walked out into a group of uglies. I watched from the window as they tore her apart. I think she did it to protect me, so I wouldn't have to, I went back to our house after that. I don't know why. Maybe I was hoping to find something of my family that I could keep. Maybe I just wanted to see it one last time. Mum and Dad were still there. They weren't Mum and Dad anymore, though. They were uglies, wandering around the living room, bumping into furniture like they couldn't quite remember what it was for. I did what I had to do. I had Dad's old cricket bat. It was quick. I hope it was quick. That's when I moved to the Henderson's cellar. It's been my home ever since. I go out at night to find food and supplies. I've gotten good at moving silently, at avoiding the uglies. But my leg isn't getting better. The scratch should have healed by now, but it's getting worse. It's swollen and hot to the touch, with these dark lines spreading out from it. I've been coughing up blood for the past week. I know what that means. I found a photograph in the Henderson's house, a girl about my age holding a guitar, smiling at the camera. I don't know who she is, but I keep the photo with me. I pretend it's Emma. I never had a camera, never took pictures of my family. Stupid, right? You think you'll have all the time in the world to take pictures, to make memories. And then one day, you don't. I've made my decision. I'm not going to become one of them. I won't let that happen. There's a place in the woods where Emma and I used to play. There's a big oak tree and a little stream. It's beautiful there. The leaves will be falling now. Emma loved the sound they made when you walked through them. Like whispering secrets, she used to say. That's where I'll go. I've got enough pills from the chemists to do it. I'll fall asleep under that tree, with the leaves whispering around me, and I'll dream of Emma and Mum and Dad, and maybe even Jonah teaching me to play guitar. This diary is my suicide note, I suppose. Not that anyone will find it. But if you do, if you're reading this and you're still human, still fighting, then I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't be stronger. I'm sorry I couldn't find a cure or a solution or even just hold on a bit longer. The infection is spreading. I can feel it in my veins now, like ice water. My vision's getting blurry around the edges. I don't have much time left. I'm leaving behind the photo of Guitar Girl. Maybe someone will find her someday. Maybe she got away. Maybe someone got away. I hope they did. I hope someone's still out there. I hope someone remembers us. Remember us. Story 17. I've been living in Pine Grove my whole life. It's one of those towns that's so small you know everyone's business, whether you want to or not. We're about 20 minutes from a military base, which is probably the only reason our town even exists on maps. Anyway, what happened to me and my mum 6 years ago still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. It was early October, and my sister Chelsea needed senior photos for the yearbook. Mum's pretty good with a camera, not professional or anything, but she knows her way around a DSLR better than most people around here. Chelsea wanted these perfect autumn vibes shots with the changing leaves in our front yard. My mom asked me to help out, mostly to hold reflectors and move stuff around. That day started out totally normal. The weather was nice, slightly overcast, but warm enough that we didn't need jackets. The trees in our yard were this perfect mix of red and orange, Exactly what Chelsea wanted for her photos. We live on the edge of town, where our property backs up to this dense forest that stretches for miles. Our nearest neighbors are about half a mile down the road. We spent most of the afternoon taking pictures. Chelsea kept changing outfits, and Mom kept telling her to look natural while I was dying of boredom holding this stupid reflector thing. Around 5 o'clock, we noticed the sky getting darker. Not just getting close to sunset darker, but storm clouds rolling in darker. "We should probably wrap this up," Mum said, looking at the sky. Chelsea was whining about needing just a few more shots, but even she could see the weather turning. The wind picked up and I started helping Mom pack away the camera gear. That's when we heard it for the first time. It was faint, so faint I almost didn't notice it. A strange singing sound, like several voices harmonizing. I looked at Mom, but she was focused on packing up the tripod. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "Hear what?" "That singing." Mom paused for a second, then shook her head. "Probably just the church choir practicing. Sound carries weird sometimes from across the highway." I nodded and went back to gathering Chelsea's clothes that were scattered across the lawn chairs. The little Baptist church was about a mile away, across the highway. I'd heard their choir before, so Mum's explanation made sense. But then, about 10 seconds later, we heard it again. Louder this time. It was the strangest sound, like someone singing, "Ah!" in this haunting melody of maybe 5 or 6 notes. But the voice, it wasn't just one person. It sounded like one voice that had been copied 20 times over, all singing in perfect unison. Not male, not female, something in between and completely otherworldly. I froze. Mom. She was standing perfectly still, camera bag in hand. I heard it that time. "It sounds like..." I trailed off, not wanting to say what I was thinking. "Like what?" Mom asked, her eyes scanning the tree line. "Like that part in The Little Mermaid when Ariel sings to the prince, but like creepy and multiplied." The wind was picking up now, and a few drops of rain started to fall. Chelsea had gone inside to change into her normal clothes, completely oblivious to what we were hearing. 10 seconds passed, and there it was again, even louder. The same ethereal "ah" sequence, rising and falling in that unsettling pattern. And it definitely wasn't coming from the direction of the church. It was coming from the woods. "Let's just get everything inside," Mom said, her voice tight. I could tell. She was trying to sound normal, but something about her tone sent chills down my spine. We moved faster now, grabbing equipment and Chelsea's clothes. The rain was coming down harder, and the daylight was fading fast. That's when it happened again. The singing, now loud enough that it couldn't possibly be coming from the church a mile away. It was coming from inside the forest edge, maybe 100 yards from where we stood. I looked at Mom, and her face had gone pale. "Mom, what is that?" "I don't know, Emily. Just keep moving." The eerie chorus came again, 10 seconds later, like clockwork. This time, it seemed to be coming from a different direction, further down the tree line, like whatever was making the sound had moved. That's when I realized it was following us. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped one of the light stands. The metal clattered against the driveway, and the sound echoed through the yard. In the silence that followed, I swear I could hear something moving in the undergrowth at the edge of the woods. 10 seconds. The singing came again, louder, closer. The same unearthly harmony, but now it sounded like it was just inside the tree line, directly across from where we were standing. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up, and not just from the cold rain that was now soaking through my shirt. "Mom," I whispered, afraid that whatever was out there would hear me if I spoke too loudly. "Mom, I think we need to run." She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. We abandoned the last few items on the lawn and started moving quickly toward the house. The porch light was on, casting a weak yellow glow that barely reached us. 10 seconds. The singing came again, but this time it was from two different directions at once, like the voice had split in two. One chorus from the left side of the forest edge, one from the right, both perfectly synchronized, both getting louder. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We were halfway to the house when the singing came again. This time it seemed to be all around us, from the left, from the right, from behind. The sound was so loud now it seemed to vibrate in my chest. I risked a glance back at the forest. In the fading light and through the curtain of rain, I couldn't see anything moving among the trees, but I felt watched, like dozens of eyes were fixed on us from the darkness between the trunks. The next chorus was so loud and so close, it was like someone was singing directly into my ear. But there was nobody there, just this disembodied choir of identical voices singing their haunting melody from all directions at once. Mom grabbed my arm. "Run!" she shouted, and we both sprinted the last 20 yards to the house. I've never run so fast in my life. We burst through the front door, slammed it shut, and locked it immediately. Chelsea was in the living room and jumped when we came crashing in. "What the hell? You guys are soaking wet. What about all the—" "Shh," Mom hissed, pressing her ear against the door. 10 seconds of silence passed. Then, right outside the door, the singing started again. So loud and clear it was like whatever was making the sound was standing on our porch, just inches away from us. The voices rose and fell in that same pattern. Ah, 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 ah. But now it sounded like there were 50 identical voices instead of 20. Chelsea's eyes widened. "What is that?" she whispered. We didn't answer. We just stood there, frozen, listening as the chorus repeated once more, somehow even louder, like it was inside the house with us. And then, nothing. The silence that followed was almost worse than the singing. We waited for 10 seconds, 20, 30. A minute passed. Nothing. Just the sound of rain hitting the roof and our own panicked breathing. Mom finally moved away from the door and turned on every light in the house. We checked all the locks twice. None of us mentioned going back outside to get the rest of the equipment. Later that night, after the storm had passed, Dad went out to retrieve the stuff we'd left behind. He found everything exactly where we'd dropped it, soaking wet but undisturbed. He said he didn't hear anything unusual, just crickets and the normal forest sounds. We tried to explain what had happened, but I could tell by the look on his face that he thought we were exaggerating or that our imaginations had run wild during the storm. Maybe we were, I don't know. But I know what I heard. I've spent years trying to figure out what happened that day. I've researched local legends, asked older people in town if they've ever experienced anything similar, even contacted the military base to see if they were doing some kind of sound testing or training exercise. Nothing. No explanations. No similar experiences. Some nights when I can't sleep, I find myself going down internet rabbit holes looking for answers. There are stories of strange phenomena around forests, of course, skinwalkers, wendigos, all that stuff, but nothing that matches what we heard. That perfect inhuman chorus that seemed to hunt us across our own property. I've never heard that singing again, but sometimes, when I visit my parents and step outside at dusk, I catch myself counting to 10, waiting, listening, and I never, ever go near the forest edge alone. Whatever was out there that day, whatever was calling to us with that beautiful, terrifying song, I hope I never encounter it again. Because I'm certain of one thing, it wasn't human and it wasn't just passing by. It was looking for us. Story 18. I've been hesitating to post this for weeks, but I need to tell someone who might understand or maybe even have experienced something similar. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night in my dorm room, and honestly, I'm scared to be alone now. Some background. I'm a junior in college, living in a single dorm room this semester. My ex-boyfriend Jake and I broke up about 6 months ago. It wasn't super dramatic, we just wanted different things. We tried to stay friends at first, but that fizzled out. and we hadn't really spoken in months. No bad blood or anything weird between us. So this happened about 3 weeks ago. It was a Wednesday night, and I had this massive psychology paper due the next day. Classic me, I'd procrastinated until the last minute, so I was up late working on it. My roommate from last year always used to joke that I did my best work at midnight, and sadly, she wasn't wrong. My dorm room is tiny, just a bed, desk and small closet. The desk faces the wall, and my bed is right behind me. The overhead light hurts my eyes when I'm working late, so I just had my desk lamp on, which gave the room this weird, dim glow. The building was super quiet. It's an older dorm on the edge of campus, and the walls are pretty thick, which is usually nice. I remember checking the time around 1:30 in the morning and feeling proud of myself because I was finally almost done with the paper. My eyes were burning from staring at my laptop screen for so long. I had that gross feeling you get when you've been in the same position for hours, stiff neck, dry mouth, and that weird disconnected feeling like your brain is floating. At about 2 in the morning, I finally finished. I did a quick proofread, submitted it online, and shut my laptop. I was exhausted, but also had that wired feeling you get when you've pushed through being tired. I changed into my sleep shorts and t-shirt, brushed my teeth and climbed into bed. I started scrolling through TikTok to wind down, and that's when I noticed I had a missed call from Jake at around 1 a.m. No voicemail, just the missed call notification. It was weird because we hadn't talked in months, but I figured maybe he dialed me by accident or something. I wasn't in the mood to deal with whatever it was, so I just ignored it. If it was important, he'd call back or text. I remember setting my phone on the charger next to my pillow and drifting off to sleep around 2:30. I was so tired that I fell asleep almost instantly. The next thing I remember is waking up to voices. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but as I became more conscious, I realized there were actual murmuring sounds in my room. It sounded like people having an argument, but the voices were hushed, like when someone's trying not to be overheard. I was completely disoriented. My room was dark except for a white-blue glow. My first thought was that someone had broken in, and I felt this cold wave of fear wash over me. I remember my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I opened my eyes wider, trying to figure out what was happening, and realized the light was coming from my phone. It was propped up on my pillow, screen facing me, and I could see Jake's face on it. My phone was on a call with him, and according to the timer on the screen, we'd been talking for over 30 minutes. Here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. I have absolutely no memory of answering the phone. None. The last thing I remember was putting my phone on the charger and falling asleep. I couldn't move. I literally could not make my body respond. It was like sleep paralysis, but I was definitely awake. I could see everything clearly, hear everything, but couldn't move a muscle or make a sound. The murmuring I heard wasn't coming from Jake. He was just looking at the screen, waiting. It was coming from somewhere else in my room, but when I managed to dart my eyes around, I couldn't see anyone else there. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, I finally got control of my body again. I felt this rush of pins and needles through my arms and legs, like when your foot falls asleep and then wakes up. "Jake!" My voice came out all scratchy and weird. "What's going on?" He looked surprised to hear me speak. "Maya, you there? You've been quiet for like 5 minutes." "I was asleep," I said, trying to sound normal even though I was freaking out. "Why are you calling me at—" I looked at the time on my phone. It was just after 3 a.m. 3 in the morning? "What are you talking about?" he said, looking confused. "You called me, remember? You've been talking to me this whole time." I felt sick to my stomach. What did I say? He gave me a weird look. "Are you okay? We've been talking about getting back together. You were just telling me how much you miss me." I've never felt more horrified in my life. I haven't missed Jake. I've been completely fine with our breakup and have even been on a few dates with other people. I would never call him in the middle of the night to talk about getting back together. Jake, I don't remember calling you. I don't remember any conversation, I told him, my voice shaking. I just woke up and you were on my phone. There was this long, uncomfortable silence. Look, I can't do this right now, I finally said. It's the middle of the night. Can we talk tomorrow when I'm actually awake? And that's when he said something that still makes me cold when I think about it. His face got really serious, and in this voice that didn't even sound like him, he said, like I'd be there by tomorrow. Then he hung up. I sat there in the dark, clutching my phone, completely terrified. What did he mean by that? Why would he say it like that? And how the hell did we end up on a 30-minute call that I have no memory of? Then I remembered. This had happened once before, about 2 weeks after we broke up. I woke up in the middle of the night to find myself on the phone with him, with no memory of answering it. At the time, I brushed it off as just being half asleep and not remembering. But now, twice, with the same person, I couldn't get back to sleep. I turned on all the lights in my room and just sat on my bed, hugging my knees to my chest until morning. Every little noise made me jump. The murmuring sound I'd heard when I woke up, I still couldn't explain it. It wasn't Jake and it wasn't me, but it was definitely in my room. When the sun finally came up, I felt a little better. Things are always less scary in daylight. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I was sleepwalking or sleep-talking or whatever you call it when you use your phone while you're asleep. I'd heard of people sending texts or making calls while essentially still asleep. That had to be it, right? I decided to call Jake to clear things up. But when I went to my call history to find his number, I deleted his contact after we stopped talking. There was nothing there. No incoming call at 1 a.m., no outgoing or incoming call at 3 a.m., nothing. I felt that sick feeling again. I checked my phone storage to see if there were any recordings or anything else that might explain what happened. Nothing. I even checked to see if someone could have hacked my phone somehow, but everything seemed normal. I finally worked up the courage to text Jake around noon. Just a casual, "Hey, sorry about last night. I was half asleep and don't really remember our conversation. What did we talk about again?" His response came about an hour later. "What are you talking about? We haven't talked in months." I called him immediately. When he answered, he sounded genuinely confused. "Jake, we talked last night. You called me at 1, which I missed, and then somehow we were on a call at 3 in the morning. Maya, I didn't call you. I was at Dave's house playing video games until like midnight, and then I went straight home and crashed. My phone says I didn't make any calls yesterday." "But I saw you on my screen," I insisted. "We talked for over 30 minutes according to the call timer." "I don't know what to tell you," he said. "Maybe you were dreaming, or maybe someone's messing with you." I felt like I was going crazy. I know what I saw. I was awake. I saw his face on my phone screen. I heard his voice, and that creepy thing he said at the end, like I'd be there by tomorrow. It wasn't something I would have imagined. "Do you remember saying that? About not being here by tomorrow?" I asked him. "Maya, I'm telling you, we didn't talk last night. I don't know what's going on, but it wasn't me." After we hung up, I sat in the campus coffee shop for hours, trying to make sense of what happened. If it wasn't Jake on the phone, who was it? How did they make it look like him? And why was there no record of the call on either of our phones? And the murmuring I heard in my room, what was that? Sometimes I think maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, but it felt so real. I've been sleeping with my phone in airplane mode ever since. I even stayed at a friend's place for a few nights because I was too scared to be alone in my room. I haven't had any more mysterious phone calls, but I still feel uneasy, like I'm being watched. The thing that scares me the most is that I still don't know what happened. Was it all in my head? Am I losing my mind? Or was there something else in my room that night? Something pretending to be Jake? And if it wasn't Jake on the phone, who or what was I talking to for 30 minutes? I still get chills every time my phone rings. Story 19. I never believed in the supernatural, never thought twice about ghost stories or superstitions. That all changed when I was 13, and now, even years later, I'm still trying to make sense of what happened at my girlfriend's house in Clearwater. Cassandra and I started dating in 8th grade. We were both 13, awkward, and thought we knew everything about the world. I'd bike to her house after school most days, and we'd hang out until her parents got home from work. The first few weeks were completely normal. Video games, homework, and watching TV. Nothing unusual. One afternoon, about a month into our relationship, Cassandra casually mentioned that her family were Satanists. I laughed at first, thinking she was messing with me. "No, seriously," she said. "We don't sacrifice animals or anything crazy like that. It's more about personal freedom and questioning authority." I nodded like I understood, but honestly, I didn't think much of it. At 13, I figured it was just her way of rebelling or trying to seem edgy. Her house looked completely normal, no pentagrams on the walls or weird altars. Just a regular suburban home with family photos and IKEA furniture. A week later, Cassandra mentioned that her house was haunted. "Yeah, right," I said, rolling my eyes. "First you're Satanists, now your house is haunted? What's next, your dog can talk?" "We don't have a dog, we have a cat," she corrected me. "And I'm serious, Jason. Weird stuff happens here all the time." I didn't believe her. I was the kind of kid who needed proof for everything. Ghost stories were for little kids and horror movies, not real life. But then things started happening that I couldn't explain. It began with tapping sounds. We'd be sitting in her living room doing homework, and there would be these faint taps coming from the walls. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. "It's just the house settling," I said dismissively. "My house does it too." Cassandra gave me this look like she knew better, but she didn't argue. A few days later, we were in her bedroom when we heard scratching coming from inside her closet. Not like a mouse or something small. This was deliberate scratching, like fingernails against the wall. "There's something in there," Cassandra whispered, eyes wide. "It's probably just a squirrel or something that got in," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Let's check." We opened the closet door slowly, heart pounding in my chest. There was nothing there, no animals, no obvious entry points for wildlife. But on the inside, wall of the closet, about 2 feet up from the floor, were fresh scratch marks. They looked like they'd been made by something the size of a small pet, but deeper, more deliberate. "See?" Cassandra said quietly. "I told you." I still wasn't convinced. Maybe her cat had gotten trapped in there earlier. Maybe the scratch marks had been there all along, and we'd just never noticed. There had to be a logical explanation. But over the next few months, the scratching got worse. Sometimes it would happen multiple times a day. Sometimes we wouldn't hear it for a week. The inside of Cassandra's closet was completely destroyed. The paint was scratched away down to the drywall in some places. Her parents repainted it twice, but the scratches always came back. The family cat started acting strange too. It would stare at empty corners of rooms, back arched, fur standing on end. Sometimes it would hiss at nothing and run away, hiding under furniture for hours. I'd had cats before, and this wasn't normal behavior. There were certain parts of the house that just felt wrong. The downstairs restroom, the garage, and especially the master bedroom. Whenever I had to walk past her parents' room, I'd get this overwhelming feeling of dread, like something bad was about to happen. I started making excuses not to go upstairs at all. Cassandra seemed used to it. "It's been like this since we moved in," she explained. "You get used to it after a while." I didn't think I could ever get used to it, but I kept coming over anyway. Partly because I liked Cassandra, and partly because, despite my fear, I was becoming fascinated by whatever was happening in that house. Then came the day that changed everything. It was a Saturday in April. Cassandra's parents had taken her little sister Emma to visit relatives about an hour away. They'd be gone all day, so Cassandra and I had the house to ourselves. We were in the kitchen making lunch when we heard it. Cassandra, Jason, can you come upstairs for a second? I need help with something. It was Emma's voice coming from upstairs, perfectly clear, perfectly normal. Cassandra and I looked at each other, confused. I thought Emma went with your parents, I said. Cassandra's face had gone pale. She did. I watched them drive away this morning. We stood frozen in the kitchen, not sure what to do. Then the voice called again. Guys, can you hear me? I need help. It sounded exactly like Emma. Same tone, same pitch, same slight lisp on the S sounds. But there was something off about it. The voice seemed to be coming from everywhere in the house at once, not just upstairs. Maybe she stayed home and we didn't notice, I suggested, not believing it myself. Cassandra shook her head. No way, we have to check. We went upstairs together, holding hands so tightly our knuckles were white. The upstairs hallway seemed darker than usual, even though it was the middle of the day. We checked Emma's room first, empty. Then we checked every other room, closet and hiding place we could think of. The house was completely empty except for us. As we stood in the hallway, the voice called again, this time sounding like it was right next to us. Why aren't you helping me? I'm right here. I nearly jumped out of my skin. The voice was so close it felt like someone was breathing on my neck, but there was nobody there. We need to get out of here, I whispered. We ran downstairs and straight out the front door. We sat on the curb in front of her house for nearly 3 hours, too scared to go back inside, but not knowing where else to go. My house was too far to walk, and neither of us had cell phones yet. When Cassandra's family finally got home around 5 o'clock, we were still sitting on the curb. They looked concerned as they pulled into the driveway. What are you two doing out here? Cassandra's mom asked. It's hot as hell today. We told them what happened. Cassandra's parents exchanged looks, but didn't seem particularly surprised. Emma, however, turned pale. Later that evening, as I was getting ready to leave, I overheard Emma talking to Cassandra in the kitchen. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but their voices carried. Never go into my room if you hear my voice and I'm not home, Emma was saying, her voice shaking. Never. Why? Cassandra asked. What is it? I don't know exactly, Emma replied. But once, when I was sleeping, I woke up in the middle of the night, and the attic access above my bed was cracked open, just a little bit, and there was a face looking down at me. What face? Cassandra whispered. Mine, Emma said. It was my face, but not me. It smiled when it saw that I was awake. Then it closed the attic door. Why didn't you tell Mum and Dad? I did. They said it was just a nightmare. But it wasn't, and now it knows how to sound like me too. I left shortly after that, biking home faster than I ever had before. I couldn't stop thinking about what Emma had said, about the thing in the attic with her face, about the voice that called to us when nobody was home. I still went over to Cassandra's house after that, but never when her family wasn't home. And I never went upstairs again, if I could help it. Over the next few months, we heard the voices more often, sometimes Emma's, sometimes Cassandra's mum, once even mine. Always when the person wasn't actually there. The scratching in the closet got worse too. Sometimes it would go on for hours, getting louder and more frantic until it suddenly stopped. The cat disappeared for 3 days, then showed up again with a patch of fur missing from its back. The skin underneath unharmed, but completely clean, like it had been shaved. One day, I found Cassandra's dad placing small metal objects in the corners of rooms. Old coins, keys, pieces of jewelry. When I asked what he was doing, he said they were offerings to keep the house peaceful. I didn't ask any more questions after that. We broke up when we started high school, drifting apart like kids often do. I heard her family moved away from Clearwater the following year. I've tried looking Cassandra up on social media a few times since then, but I've never been able to find her. I'm in my 20s now, and I still think about that house, about the scratching in the closet and the voices that called to us when no one was home, about Emma's story of seeing her own face staring down at her from the attic. I've tried to convince myself it was all just an elaborate prank, or that my teenage mind exaggerated normal house noises into something supernatural. But deep down, I know what I heard. I know what I felt in that house. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear scratching coming from inside my closet. And sometimes, when I'm home alone, I could swear I hear someone calling my name in a voice that sounds exactly like my own. Story 20. I still can't sleep well, even though it happened 3 months ago. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened that night in my bedroom has completely changed my perspective on reality. I live in a small house in Willowbrook with my boyfriend Mark. It's a quiet neighborhood where nothing ever happens. Typical suburban life with manicured lawns and neighbors who wave but don't really talk to each other. We've been here for about 2 years, and I've always felt safe. Until that night. It was a Tuesday in October. I remember because I had started my new job, shadowing position at Memorial Hospital in the sterile processing department the day before. I was excited about it, finally getting experience in healthcare after finishing my certificate program. The job involves cleaning and sterilizing surgical instruments after operations. Not glamorous work, but it's a foot in the door. That first day I spent most of my time in what they call the breakdown area, where all the bloody instruments come right after surgeries. My supervisor, an older woman named Diane, showed me how to sort through trays of surgical tools, rinse them, and prepare them for the autoclave. It was honestly more intense than I expected. Some of the instruments came back absolutely covered in blood and tissue. Diane told me you get used to it, but I wasn't so sure. There was one moment that stands out now, though I didn't think much of it at the time. A rush delivery came in from the OR. Apparently, they had an emergency case and needed instruments cleaned ASAP. The tray was from a failed open-heart surgery. The patient hadn't made it. I remember Diane saying, "That's the hardest part of this job, knowing when the tools come back like this, someone probably didn't make it." I felt a chill then, but shook it off and continued working. I came home that evening tired but satisfied. Mark and I had dinner, watched some TV, and went to bed around 11. Nothing unusual. I fell asleep easily, worn out from the new job. Then it happened. I woke up, but not completely. That's the hardest thing to explain. My eyes were closed, but I was conscious. I could feel my body in the bed, the weight of the blankets. I could hear the soft whirring of the ceiling fan above us. But something was wrong, terribly wrong. There was someone, or something, standing next to the bed, on my side, to my left. I couldn't see it with my eyes, but I could perceive it in my mind, like a dark silhouette against the darkness, a human shape, but wrong somehow, like it was missing something essential that makes a person a person. The fear that hit me was unlike anything I've ever experienced. It wasn't the startled fear of someone jumping out at you, or the nervous fear of walking alone at night. This was primal terror. Something ancient in my brain recognized whatever was standing there as deeply, fundamentally wrong. Something that shouldn't exist in our world. I tried to move, to open my eyes fully, but I couldn't. I was frozen. And then, without even realizing I was doing it, I started screaming. Not a normal scream. I was later told by Mark that I was screaming like a banshee. I had no control over it. The sound was tearing out of me, raw and desperate. Mark jolted awake beside me and grabbed my shoulders, shaking me. "Sophia! Sophia, what's wrong? What happened?" I finally managed to open my eyes, gasping for breath. The room looked normal. Our dresser against the wall, the TV in the corner, the bathroom door slightly ajar. But I could still feel it. Whatever had been standing there was gone from sight, but not from the room. I could feel its presence lingering, like the heaviness in the air before a storm. I can't. I couldn't form words. The terror was too fresh, too overwhelming. My throat felt raw from screaming. "Baby, you're shaking," Mark said, wrapping his arms around me. Was it a nightmare? I shook my head violently. This wasn't a nightmare. Nightmares fade when you wake up. This terror was still with me, vivid and real. Can we switch sides? I finally managed to say. Please, can we switch sides of the bed? Mark looked confused but didn't argue. We switched places, and I immediately pulled the blanket up to my chin, as if a thin layer of fabric could protect me from whatever had been standing there. Mark held me close, his body warm against my back, but I couldn't stop shaking. Do you want to talk about it? He whispered. I shook my head again. How could I explain what I'd experienced when I didn't understand it myself? How could I tell him that something had been in our bedroom, watching me, something that filled me with a terror so deep it felt like my soul was screaming? I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, not a wink. I laid there, eyes wide open, staring at the wall, listening for any sound, feeling for any shift in the air that might indicate it had returned. Mark eventually fell back, asleep, his breathing deep and regular against my neck, but I remained rigidly awake until the first grey light of dawn filtered through our curtains. When my alarm went off at 6, I'd been awake for hours. Mark rolled over and looked at me with concern. You look terrible, he said. Did you sleep at all? I shook my head. I think I need to call in sick today. He nodded, touching my forehead. You're clammy. Maybe you're coming down with something. I let him believe that. It was easier than trying to explain. After Mark left for work, I couldn't stand being in the house alone. The memory of that presence was too strong, especially in our bedroom. I decided to do something about it. I'm not spiritual or religious, but my grandmother was. She was half Cherokee and believed strongly in cleansing rituals. I remembered watching her burn cedar and sage in our house when I was little, telling me it drove away negative energies. At that point, I was willing to try anything. I went to a local New Age shop that morning, still in my pajamas with a coat thrown over them. The woman behind the counter took one look at me and said, "Rough night, honey?" I must have looked a mess, pale with dark circles under my eyes. I nodded and told her I needed sage and cedar for a cleansing ritual. She didn't ask questions, just helped me select what I needed and showed me how to use it properly. Back home, I went from room to room, burning the herbs and opening windows despite the October chill. I focused especially on our bedroom, wafting the smoke into every corner, under the bed, in the closet. As I did it, I kept thinking about the hospital, about the instruments I'd handled from that failed heart surgery. Had something followed me home? The spirit of that patient, confused and lost. The thought made me dizzy with fear, but also gave me a strange determination. If something had followed me, I needed to send it away. I spent the whole day cleaning the house, physically and energetically. I changed our sheets, vacuumed, even rearranged some furniture, anything to make the space feel different, less vulnerable. By the time Mark came home, the house smelled of cedar and furniture polish. "Feeling better?" he asked, noticing the changes. "A little," I lied. I still felt the shadow of that terror, but I wasn't ready to share it with him yet. That night, I insisted on leaving a light on, not our main bedroom light, but a small lamp in the corner. Mark didn't complain, though he did give me a questioning look. I also made sure he was on the left side of the bed again. There was no way I was sleeping near that side of the room. I didn't sleep well, but nothing happened. No presence, no overwhelming fear, just my own anxiety keeping me on edge. The next night was the same, and the next. I went back to work after calling in sick for 2 days. Diane was understanding, saying there was a flu going around. When I returned to the breakdown area, I felt nervous, watching the instruments come in, wondering about the patients they'd been used on. Who had lived? Who had died? Was I somehow connecting with their energy through these tools? It's been 3 months now. The presence hasn't returned, but I'm still affected by what happened. I still won't sleep on the left side of the bed. I still keep a nightlight on. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, heart racing, certain I can feel something watching me. Mark thinks I had a particularly bad nightmare, or maybe a sleep paralysis episode. He's probably right. That's the rational explanation. But it doesn't account for the intensity of the fear I felt, a fear that still lingers at the edges of my consciousness. Sometimes I think about quitting my job at the hospital. Every time an instrument tray comes in from a case where the patient died, I feel a prickle of dread, wondering if another spirit will follow me home. But that's crazy thinking, isn't it? The thing is, I never actually saw anything that night. I never opened my eyes and witnessed a ghost or demon or whatever standing by my bed. But I sensed it. I knew it was there with a certainty that transcended sight. And that's what haunts me the most. The idea that there are things just at the edge of perception, things we can sense but not see, things that can fill us with terror without showing themselves. I don't know what stood beside my bed that night in Willowbrook. I don't know if it was connected to my work at the hospital or if it was something else entirely. All I know is that for those few moments, I experienced a fear so pure and consuming that it's changed me forever. And part of me is afraid that one night, when I least expect it, I'll wake up and sense it standing there again, watching, waiting, its presence filling me with that same indescribable terror.